Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Kernersville Board of Aldermen. Today is Tuesday, April 5th. We welcome everyone who's here in person and those who are watching our stream. I'll begin by calling this meeting to order. Our first order of business is an invocation by the Reverend Dr. Stephen Martin, First Baptist Church of Kernersville.
Let us pray. Our most gracious and everlasting God, we indeed are grateful for this day, for we have been blessed in many ways. Blessed to live in a community like Kernersville, blessed to have a neighboring and loving spirit among us, but also blessed to have such great and capable leadership. So we are grateful for their wisdom and the gift of their discernment. And as we share in this process of recognizing achievement and continuing to maintain the vision of our city, we ask for your continued guidance. This time is indeed a time of great uncertainty, but in our chaos, let us find the gift of your truth. When we fear, let us find courage and faith. And in times of tempest and war and disruption, let us always be mindful of the gift of your peace. For we pray these things in your gracious and holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Martin. Will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. As you see, the agenda is full tonight. There are a lot of things that are going to be considered and deliberated by this Board of Aldermen this evening. So if you'd like to speak to any of the agenda items, if you could please fill out a speaker card in the back of the room, and you can bring it to our town attorney. Ed, if you'll raise your hand. If you can bring it to our town attorney, and he can hand it back to the clerk, and we'll be sure to recognize you for the appropriate agenda item. All right, we do have a public hearing tonight, and then a public session with the subdivision review, the noise ordinance, the nonprofits presentation. So any of those issues, if you'd like to speak on them, if you could fill out a speaker's card. All right, the first, it's my great honor to have a ceremonial presentation tonight. St. Paul's Cemetery, that you may be familiar with, St. Paul's AME Cemetery, is located at a gateway to our community. It is located in the wooded area behind Cagney's restaurant, but it is a historical site and an important part of our town's collective history. It's important to cherish, maintain, and dignify this important place, this landmark of our community's history. The cemetery is in a wooded area, so a significant amount of leaves fall. Leaves, branches, and trash that blows in from nearby commercial areas impact the cemetery. Students from North Carolina Leadership Academy, Rotary Club members, and Leadership Kernersville class from the Kernersville Chamber of Commerce stepped up to help. And the Historic Preservation Society has worked tirelessly over the years to preserve and maintain this important landmark. We are recognizing the efforts of these students tonight because hopefully the efforts of these students from the North Carolina Leadership Academy will inspire future students to continue to care for this important place. Our gateways are important places, and the efforts of citizens who take their time and step out and volunteer help make Kernersville a great place to live and a place that we are proud to call home. At this time, I'd like to welcome Joshua Pratt, who helped with this cleanup. He donated coffee for an earlier cleanup from his company, Savage Roasters, and then he brought this group of students together from NCLA to help finish the cleanup of the cemetery. Joshua, if you come forward. You're good. You need to stand kind of close.
Okay. Thank you guys for coming out. Thanks, Mayor Dawn. I appreciate you taking the time to recognize the students. It was a joint effort. I had Tiffany with me. She's at KBC now, so one of our fellow police officers. It was kind of a last minute thing to round up people. We were trying to make sure it fit with everyone's schedule. That's kind of hard when there's a lot of people with jobs and trying to fit it into their schedule. So we threw it out to the NCLA because I knew that they needed a lot of students, still needed some hours. And I honestly thought it was going to be about 5 people helping. And then about 18 students showed up. So I was very pleased with that. We also had the chance that Christine had spoke to us. We knocked it out. We had 4 hours to do it. We did it in about 2.5 hours. So she came out and she spoke to all the students about the historicness of the cemetery. It was nice for us to hear it the second time. I am pleased that the Kernersville leadership also gave us the platform to do something like this too. I mean, there's really nothing more to say, but thank you. One of the things that I tell the kids too is, you got to make sure that you're leading. If you want to be a true leader, don't wait for people to create things like this. This is our town. If we want to keep it clean, go out there and be that one that starts things. You can round up people. It's not that hard. I appreciate your time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Josh. I also appreciate the efforts of the Kernersville Public Services Department to help get the leaves up and get the limbs up that were collected by the volunteers in the trash. And various people over time have contributed to the cemetery. The pad that the dumpsters or the rollout receptacles are on at the back of the cemetery was built by an Eagle Scout for an Eagle Project, and benches as well. And there's just been a lot of community effort to preserve and maintain the cemetery. But the leaves are a continuing challenge, and the efforts of these students were remarkable. And if you haven't been out to see the cemetery ever, or if you haven't been out to see it recently, please feel free to go out and take a look at it in the daytime hours. We also appreciate the police department for including that as part of their patrol and being so responsive for calls by the Kernersville Historic Preservation Society when they notice any issues with the cemetery. So Chris was here last week and shared with us some of the history, Josh, that she shared with the group that came out and cleaned. And it's just remarkable the significance of this landmark and our appreciation to the students who helped maintain it. We wanted to bring you here and recognize you and thank you for those efforts. So without any more ceremony, Maya Pratt. Mia Pratt. Riley Pratt. Wesley Kaufman. Karsten Kiamayathong. Jacob Allen. McKenna Porto. Let's give these students a big round of applause. And this is a ceremonial presentation. Photographs are welcome, so if any parents would like to get a little closer for a photo, you may. Yes, students, several of you are seniors, so share your enthusiasm before you graduate and make the world a better place. Thank you again. The absolutely wonderful thing about being here for a ceremonial item is that unless you're really interested in what happens in the rest of the agenda, you're completely welcome to leave at this point in time. We know you have a busy schedule and have a lot else to do. The students who were not able to be here will get their certificates to the NCLA. Many of the students had work obligations or sports obligations, so thank you all for being here. We appreciate you. All right, next we will have our public hearings. We have one public hearing tonight. It's on a rezoning. Tom Terrell, agent for the owners, requesting a single-phase conditional use rezoning from MUS to MUC, mixed-use conditional use district for property located at the eastern terminus of Solomon Drive at Kenosha Drive, containing a total of 18.36 plus or minus acres, and being all of the PIN numbers on the agenda and on the screen. Requested use residential building townhouse, zoning docket K 719A5. Since it is a public hearing, the procedure for a public hearing is published on our agenda. Persons attending shall be permitted to address the Board of Aldermen regarding the item under consideration, those speaking in favor speaking first, those against speaking second. Proponents and opponents shall each be given 20 minutes of time to speak and may choose to allow one speaker to utilize that time or allocate the time amongst different speakers. In the event that either proponents or opponents have not designated a speaker to represent that view, the mayor shall divide the 20 minutes by the number of speakers wishing to address the Board of Aldermen, and each such speaker shall be allowed that given time within which to express his or her comments, ideas, concerns, expressions, and desires. After the opponents speak, the mayor will allow the proponents 5 minutes for rebuttal. If the proponents choose to exercise this option, the opponents will also have 5 minutes for rebuttal. In the event that the proponents do not present a rebuttal, then the opponents shall be given no further time to speak. Alderman J.R. Gorham will man the time clock, and the time counts down. All right, so we start this with a staff report. Our Community Development Director, Catherine Garner.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Alderman. Thank you for the time tonight. Our first case is case 719.A5. That's the Fifth Amendment to the original rezoning to Smith Crossing. Tom Terrell is the agent for the owners, and the request tonight is from mixed use special use with the use of residential building single family to mixed use conditional use, just the updated of the terminology with the state law change for residential building townhouses. The portion of the Smith Crossing site under consideration is approximately 18.36 acres. They're proposing 145 townhomes with a density of 7.9 units per acre. Smith Crossing was originally rezoned in 2013. Tract 3 was considered a two-phase portion of that rezoning. Permitted uses included multiple types of residential, single-family, duplex, twin homes, and townhomes with a maximum number of units of 110. In 2018, an amendment to that was proposed for 64 single-family rental homes. That was a density of 3.48 units per acre, but only single-family. Since that time, the housing market has been changing rapidly. There's an increased demand for attached single-family housing. And so the applicant is requesting to amend the approval from 2018 to allow for 145 townhomes at the density of 7.9 units per acre. Each townhome will be 2-story with a single-car garage. The average building footprint is approximately 840 square feet, and the average lot size being just over 1,200 square feet. The main entrance to the development will be located off of Solomon Drive with connections to neighboring substreets per our ordinance requirements. There are landscape buffers on all sides with sidewalks and open space connections. The current zoning on the site is mixed use special use, and again, they're requesting the mixed use conditional use, updating the terminology. The adjacent zoning district of Smith Crossing is also mixed use special use, and then to the north is residential single family with minimum lot size being 20,000 square feet. For the Kernersville development plan, this area is identified as a mixed use area. Track 3 was previously approved for single-family residential, but the Smith Crossing development as a whole allows for a variety of uses. Apartments are developed and under development to the west of this site. And so staff feels that this provides a smooth transition between the multifamily that is expanding to the southwest and then this existing single-family to the northeast. Street connectivity is a major element of the thoroughfare and street plan and a requirement of the town subdivision ordinance. Connectivity brings travel efficiency, improved vehicle distribution, reduces congestion on major thoroughfares, better emergency response, and encourages walking and biking. The applicant has a traffic impact analysis that's been prepared, and they have their traffic engineers here to answer any questions you may have about that. The proposed development is anticipated to generate an average of 1,061 trips per day. So 7.32 trips per dwelling unit is the Institute of Traffic Engineers standard. The AM peak, which is the busiest single hour of a 2-hour period, is 73 trips in the morning and 97 trips in the evening. So the applicant and their engineer can speak more clearly to what their findings from the TIA showed, but it did anticipate that most vehicles would utilize Solomon Drive. Most of you are familiar with Union Cross Road and know that's where the light is, so that's also not hard to imagine. With the previous single-family homes, they were estimated to generate about 604 trips per day. In the original Smith Crossing rezoning, there were residential architectural design standards. The applicant has not provided elevations, but these conditions are all included in the current conditions that are under consideration with some modifications, and I will go over those next. For parking, the applicant has provided 2 off-street parking spaces per unit, which is required by the ordinance, and they have also provided 16 overflow spaces to help alleviate the on-street parking demands. As a result, staff is recommending the removal of the condition number H. Petitioner shall provide on-site driveway parking for 2 vehicles per single-family residential structure, excluding the garage. So they will have the garage and then the parking in the driveway and then the additional parking spaces that have been provided in an off-site parking area, or it's in the red box. So it's convenient to townhome units, but not between buildings. Vegetated buffers were also originally conditioned with Smith Crossing to shield the neighborhoods along Kenosha and Kingswood. So condition F said the buffer yard along the existing residential subdivisions of Kenosha and Kingswood shall be 50 foot with a 6-foot berm unless the grade on Smith Crossing adjacent to the 50-foot buffer yard is 6 foot lower than the adjacent residential. The applicant is proposing the 50-foot buffer yard with a 6-foot berm along the northeastern property line and has shown this cross-section demonstrating their finished floor elevation and the landscaping on the berm with the existing homes. The applicant noted that this option then creates a conflict with condition I from the original residential architectural design standards and are also requesting that that be removed. I covered the height of the highest finished floor elevation in Smith Crossing for residential units along Kenosha or Kingswood shall not be higher than the highest finished floor elevation on the adjacent Kenosha or Kingswood residential unit. So they feel that the berm with the landscaping and their elevations will render that point moot, and so are requesting it to be removed. As far as amenities on site go, the sidewalk connections are provided throughout the development. And street trees will be provided on both sides of the public right-of-way at a rate of 1 tree per lot or per unit. The proposed development also features approximately 19,000 square feet of park area with a short trail, the gazebo and grill, and park benches. That is located along this side of the development, so it is away from the existing residential. So it's on the southwestern side of the development. This site is located in the Abbott's Creek watershed. There is a regulated stream along the southwestern property line and does have protected riparian buffers. The proposed development is utilizing the high-density stormwater development option. The proposed built-upon area is 37.7%. Previously, it was approved at 35.1%, so it's a negligible increase. The stormwater wet pond will be used for treatment. That is shown in blue. Planning Board and staff's recommendation is move to amend the Unified Development Ordinance of the town, rezoning the properties, in this case, case 719.A5 from MUS to MUC, finding this rezoning being consistent with the town's comprehensive plan and also being reasonable and in the public interest because they are requesting a conditional use district to allow the specific site plan and proposed uses to be considered to address the unique character of the area. The Kernersville Development Plan and the Land Use Plan recommend this area for mixed use, and proposed development will help establish a smooth transition between surrounding multifamily and single-family residential. And the complete sidewalk system is required, which will provide for internal circulation and connections to the external sidewalk system of Greater Smith Crossing, benefiting existing and new residents. Planning Board and staff also recommend approval of the site plan and conditions subject to the site plan that's been provided and the conditions as presented with the following modifications. Number 1 being the removal of condition 3I, which is about the highest finished floor elevation in Smith Crossing. And then number 2, an item that's come up with some of the adjacent residents being concerned about traffic calming. So we have added the condition that any traffic calming measures proposed during construction document submittal shall be reviewed and approved by the Town of Kernersville's Public Services Department prior to submittal of those construction documents. This was heard at the March Planning Board meeting, and it carried with a vote of 5-1, and 3 members were absent. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do any aldermen have a question of staff at this time?
I do. I have one question. You talk about a smooth transition between Kingswood and this development.
Mm-hmm.
Define smooth transition, please.
When we talk about smooth transitions in the planning world, we're talking about a reduction in density. So each of those apartment units has about 300 units in them. So there's one that's built and there's one that was recently approved and is under construction document. So that's 600 units and it's multifamily. So this would step it down to individual townhomes, single family attached houses. So they would each be on their own lot versus being multifamily and being on a commonly owned lot. And the density goes from about 600 to then 145 units and then transitions down into larger single family lots.
Thank you.
I have a question, please, Catherine. The off-site overflow parking area,
Mm-hmm.
how far is that from the townhome that's proposed that would be farthest from that lot?
I don't have a measurement for that. And off-site is not necessarily the best way to describe it. It's on-site. It's just trying to accommodate some of the parking that may be generated when, say, somebody's having a birthday party or it's the Carolina Duke game, and you generally have more people attending. So it is located in this red box. The furthest units are here along this street. It does not have a name yet, at least that I can read on the site plan. So it is on site. It's just trying to provide some additional parking that's not on street so that people have a place to park while not blocking traffic.
I'm glad you didn't refer to the Carolina-Kansas game. I appreciate that.
All right.
All right. Is there any more questions of staff before I open the public hearing? All right, this is a public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. First, we'll hear from the proponents, and how we'll work it is the clock will count down. And so if one speaker takes less time, then a subsequent speaker may be able to use more time. So first we've got Tom Terrell, attorney for Leoterra. If you could reintroduce yourself and give your business address for our clerk.
Thank you. I'm Tom Terrell, Fox Rothschild, 230 North Elm Street in Greensboro. It is a pleasure to be here tonight. It's certainly always a pleasure to be here when your staff is recommending that you rezone a property and when your planning board is recommending that you rezone the tract. I represent Leoterra Development. Leoterra has done 50 to 60 projects throughout the eastern to the western part of the Piedmont, but this is the very first time I've worked with Leoterra at their home base. Leoterra not only is based in Kernersville, but Christopher Lyons, who owns the company, grew up here. He lives here, and he would be here tonight, but he just had his fourth child and is home with him. Representing Leoterra, though, is Mr. Kai Bunker, who is the Vice President of Land Development, Mr. Alex Carter, the Vice President of Civil and Site Design. We also have with us tonight Mr. Frank Amenya, who is the Senior Planner at Davenport Engineering here in Forsyth County. With him, Mr. Sam Starks. Traffic, I'm sure, is going to be a topic tonight. I'll make sure that you know that Davenport, according to those in both government and the development community, is not only the best transportation engineering firm in this region, it is one of, or in many people's opinion, the best that there is. Catherine, if you could go to the first slide, please. Catherine has already pointed out to you that this property was previously approved to have townhome development, so that it is not a heavy lift. We're not going on this site from something that was very low density to townhomes, except for the fact that there was somebody who had a rental project a few years ago, and that was for something that was a lower density that never got off the ground. We don't know why, but we suspect it is because the cost of land and housing and all has gone up. It's completely changed the economics of what you can do, and that project no longer is viable. If you could go to the next slide. Now, there are several different items that define this project. The first of which is it abuts Interstate 40. It is not out in an area surrounded by beautiful pastures. It abuts a very loud and busy highway. When you're out there, you hear the motorcycles and you hear the trucks. It is part of a large MUS tract, Smith Crossing, and this is to answer the question here. If you go to the complete western side of that Smith Crossing tract, it's very heavy retail. You come down to the middle part of that, it's very heavy apartments. This is a step down, as Ms. Garner very correctly said, which makes it not just classic transitional zoning, it makes it textbook transitional zoning. Now, to the east is a 1970s style subdivision. That was when that was platted. It's when those homes were originally developed. That is an older style, and you cannot find anybody anywhere developing homes that size, that cost, on lots that big. I will repeat, it's an older style of development that has been surpassed by a lot of changes in the market. Go to the next slide, please. This shows you that site that we're dealing with. It illustrates very clearly that it touches Interstate 40 for the hypotenuse of that, what is almost a right triangle. And it shows you all of those very dense apartments that are to the west that help to establish this as a part of a transitional step down. Go to the next one, please. Now, Leoterra, not unlike other developers, recognizes that we are in a new economy where multiple people in a household are going in different directions. This has been accentuated now with Toyota. It's been accentuated with VinFast and Chatham, with Boom, Supersonic, but all of those companies that are coming in, racing in, that don't get quite the headlines that those companies do. So this site, although it's based in Kernersville as a central area, is accessible to all of the cities and areas that are accessible by interstates and other good highway systems. Go to the next one. Here you see it one more time. This illustrates that accessibility, and I'm going to point out to you that there is a road called Solomon Drive. If you will look at this particular slide where I am, Solomon Drive is right here, and the traffic study that has been presented says that 96% of the traffic will go down Solomon Drive. Not less than that, 96%. Now, why? Because it is the quickest, most efficient way out. It is a broad avenue, and it is easy for traffic to get there, and a large percent of this traffic will either be going to the north on Union Cross or will be hitting I-40. Go to the next one, please. As was already stated by Ms. Garner, townhome construction is not just a trend. It is I think it is rooted as the rule, not an exception. 30 years ago, you could not find a developer doing townhomes. Back then, it was all larger lot, single family. But now, this is what the nationwide production builders are doing. It's also what the more local builders are doing, because that's where the demand is. And you can also get the density you need because the cost of materials have skyrocketed. The cost of land, especially in these little pockets that are left over, have skyrocketed. So you have to have some responsible means of having density that covers those costs. Go to the next one. This is what's very important, I think. I realize that there is a large group of neighbors who are here to speak tonight. We mentioned this at our neighborhood meeting, but this town requires connectivity. It required connectivity back in the 1970s when Kendallwood and Trailwood were platted. And everybody who purchased in those neighborhoods and on those streets purchased homes on streets that dead-ended into undeveloped land. It's not quite like putting up a billboard that says there's going to be a development here with cars coming through, but it's probably the next best thing. Catherine, please go to that next one. Here's a picture of one of those dead ends. And if you'll go to the next one, with the sun in my camera lens, this is, it shows the other one, but it's clearly a stub street on Kendallwood and Trailwood into this tract. Go to the next slide. You saw the berms briefly a few moments ago, but this berm, illustrates that the visuality as being, it's a good blocker from the existing single-family homes to what would be built. There would be canopy trees and a very tight row of evergreens. That berm is about 30 feet at the base, by the way. To get a 6-foot berm with a flat area on top and a 3-to-1 slope, that is what you have to do. You can go to the next one, and that shows you from, as if this were a drone looking down, that shows you what the types of trees there would be and the amount of blockage between the existing and new development. Go to that next one. Now, if the town of Kernersville today were to spend its money on a transportation project on Mountain Street, the town of Kernersville would hire a transportation engineer that uses precisely these tools that were used by Davenport Transportation. No other tools. They would use the trip generation statistics by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. They would use the Highway Capacity Manual, which gets into levels of service, and they would use a state-of-the-art software, a type of modeling that's called Synchro. Right now, all the companies are using Synchro version 10.3. But this is what you would use. This is what NCDOT would use, and this is what Davenport used. And Catherine, if you go to the next one, this is what that sophisticated software, using all of the counts, all of the standards, all of the principles of transportation engineering, came to. is that 96% of the transportation trips that would be generated by this development would go out Solomon Drive, not Trailwood, not Kendallwood, not Kenosha. Those three streets I just named, Kenosha, Trailwood, and Kendallwood, would share 4% of the traffic. That's what the traffic impact analysis says. And if you go to the next one, please. This is really not that hard to read, but this is a level of service calculation that shows you how little impact this project would have. If you go to the bottom, that's PM, the top is in the AM. Unicross at Kenosha is level of service A, that's the best. But there's going to be a 0.3 of a second delay. That is all. At the top, Unicross and Solomon, it's level of service. If this project is not built, it's level of service C. It's a level of service C if it is built. The difference is less than 3 seconds of a delay of somebody going out. And you see the same types in the PM. If you don't build it at Solomon, it's level of service C either way. If you build it or not, it's level of service B at Kenosha Drive and Union Cross. Just a small seconds of delay in addition. Go to the next slide, please. We sent a letter. This became a little bit of a point of controversy, but I do about three hearings a week in some jurisdiction or a neighborhood meeting. I have a team that sends out letters. We know how to do it. We know what we do. And we did send letters. I have shared our mailing list with neighbors who have asked, with everybody on Kingswood, Kendallwood, Kenosha, and Trailwood. And it was far more than we would be required. The city only does those who would join. We went much farther than that. And we had a virtual meeting and only one person showed up at the virtual meeting. And we had 2 people who called. We actually did a second letter to say, we now know it's only going to be 96% transportation going up Solomon Drive and only 4% divided. We wanted to get that word out. And we had some people call in and say, well, I didn't get your first letter.
Mr. Terrell?
Yes.
We stopped the clock for me to interrupt you. We also have Jeff Smith in favor signed up to speak, so I wanted to caution you as to how much time you needed to finish.
I'll be finished very quickly.
Okay.
But we have over communicated, and we just wanted to make sure that the town knew that. If you could go to the next one, that is our last slide, and I think I will defer to somebody who is coming after me. But I'm glad to answer any questions or bring up an expert that you may have a question to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
Jeff Smith, 8443 Alice Player Drive, Oak Ridge. I'm the master developer for Smith Crossing. We've been working on this project for about 10 years, and we're happy to report that we have found what we feel like is the right mix for this kind of tertiary piece of our project. I'd like to go back and give a review of where we're at with the 3 phases of our project. We've got a heavy commercial phase on Union Cross Road that has 9 commercial lots. All but one of those is currently spoken for. So we've got Smithfield Chicken and Barbecue that's coming soon on lot 1. We've got McDonald's. We've got Starbucks. We've got Heartland Dental that's open. And on the next 2 lots, I'm actually co-developing those for a Mexican restaurant, Rio Grande, as well as a retail strip. And then on the end towards Kenosha, we've got Dairy Queen. And on the back lots, we've got AAA self-storage and the Novant Medical Center. And that really just leaves us 1 commercial lot on the corner of our roundabout left to develop. So that's phase 1 of our project. The center phase was the multifamily piece that's been spoken about. That we've got around 600 units. Half of those are built. They're fully occupied. The developer is waiting for the economy to cool off just a bit as far as the cost of construction materials to get started on the next phase that's approved. I think the interesting thing about Smith Crossing when you're out on site is it really is a walkable community. You know, we tried to design it that way. We spent a lot of effort. And when you are on site, you see a lot of people with their families and their dogs, especially since the Starbucks opened. There's a lot of people that walk up the streets that we built with the sidewalks to get to the services within the development, which is kind of cool to see. So this third phase, this 18-acre piece really does step down the density. You know, it goes from about 18 units an acre on the multifamily piece to 7.9, which is about as good as we can get as a transition moving into the, you know, the existing Kenosha neighborhood, the Kingswood neighborhood. So I think maybe one add I would have to the traffic analysis, we say 96% of those cars are going to go up Solomon Drive, which only leaves 4% to be divided between Kingswood, Trailwood, and Kenosha. I think you could argue that the vast majority of that 4% is probably going to go up Kenosha because there's a traffic light there as well. So I don't see that our development's going to cause much through traffic into the existing Kingswood development. I would probably argue it'll be the other way around, that once we connect, the Kingswood folks will probably use our streets to get out to our stoplight, which is fine. That's what we built it for. So I hope you guys will approve this piece. We've found it very difficult to develop. We've been working on it for 10 years, this project. This 18 acres is a bit in a hole, so to speak, surrounded by a stream, an interstate, an existing neighborhood. So it's got some challenges to develop it. And that's one of the reasons the last developer really couldn't wrap their hands around all the cost associated with grading and stormwater management. It's really nice to find a Kernersville developer in Leo Terra to come alongside with us and develop this final piece. So I want to make myself available if you guys had any questions.
Thank you. Wait. Is there anyone else do you need more time, Mr. Terrell, or is there anyone else? First, let me ask it this way. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this development? If not, there are a few more minutes if you'd like more time to speak. Or if someone from Davenport is speaking or anyone else on your side. Excuse me.
I believe we're concluded.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, we will do questions in a little bit. All right. We'll reset the clock. It is now time for the opponents, and I have several people signed up to speak. I also have some papers that have been handed up to me, signed petitions and letters and that sort of thing. So I'll start this with Joe Penix, and if you could hand it down the bench. And then I believe everybody has this from the neighbors. Is that correct? Okay. All right, so we have signed up to speak William Hoffman, Jeff Barnes, well, wait a second, Ryan Owens, Kim Arthur, Judy Hedden, Todd Hancock, and Kevin Clodfelter. So unless you've organized yourself as a neighborhood differently, I'll call you in that order. It'll work out pretty well, roughly 2 minutes per speaker. We'll count down the clock, and then again, if there's any time left at the end, if somebody didn't have a chance to finish a thought or say something, or if there's someone else here who'd like to speak, I'll be able to recognize them at that time. All right. Okay, so we'll begin with William Hoffman. 2 minutes each.
Okay. My name is William Hoffman, 1430 Kendallwood Drive. I'm a former Charlotte resident. The impacts traffic studies didn't work there. Traffic's still horrible. But anyway, I would just like to say that, moving to Kernersville was quite a challenge. But anyway, the impact of this development on our street is not good for the neighborhood. Learning that there have been several accidents on that street, pedestrians hit over the past years. There are no sidewalks. There's, I don't know. It's a little bit upsetting that this would potentially pass. I do know that coming to Kernersville, most of the neighborhoods that I drive through, one way in, one way out. I told a friend the other week that it's the town of dead-end streets. I prefer that we keep it that way. There's a perfect way in and out of that subdivision. I do believe that most of the people that would live in that subdivision on the backside would end up using our neighborhood to move in and out. I take the path of least resistance. I do not go up and do a U-turn to come into Kingswood Drive. I come in through Somerset. They forgot Somerset even existed in their impact study. So let's, I prefer that you vote against this at this point in time.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Barnes.
You'll be getting this out, please. I'll be referring to it. I was expecting about 10 minutes and to give the rest of it to the friends from my friends from Trailwood Lane. So I'm going to have to move quickly. Please be patient, but it's going to have to go fast. First of all, I am Jeff Barnes. My wife is Kim. We live on Trailwood Lane at 1439. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. We have several people seated behind who are residents of our street. We have gotten together to put together this plan for you. I hope you'll appreciate the effort that we put into it. I want to thank the members of the previous board who responded to our concerns and unanimously agreed with and supported our petition. That being said, we want to address the T-box that is already a condition in that neighborhood. We understand that Leoterra wants to change that and open up the street, so I will be addressing that issue. Our purpose is to request that the Board of Aldermen maintain that 2018 condition on the development of Smith Crossing at a T-box, with a T-box in that location. We understand that Leoterra Development and the city planners are recommending that the Trailwood stub be opened. We would like for Trailwood Lane to remain a dead-end street for safety reasons resulting from increased traffic. I have given you some items there from the Town of Kernersville Development Standards and Requirements. Highlighted in red and sometimes blue, you will see the reasons why you can leave it like it is. The Board of Aldermen may provide for exemption from this requirement in cases detriment to the health and safety and welfare of the citizens of the town, in cases of an interconnection between a residentially zoned district and commercially zoned district. And we point out, as was pointed out earlier, that this is a mixed use. It includes Dairy Queen, Novant, Starbucks, McDonald's, and that is evidence that this applies to this situation. Understanding that your job and our concerns meet on the issue of safety, there are two possible recommendations we would make. Number one, solution is leave the T-box as recommended in 2018 and unanimously approved by that Board of Aldermen. In the development standards, they also suggest that in exceptional cases, the physical connection of streets may not be required upon specific findings of fact by the Board of Aldermen, and it gives you two reasons for that. You can read those. Trailwood Lane does not conform to previously determined standards of width. The standard is currently 22 to 24 feet. Trailwood Lane is exactly 19 feet and 9 inches, well underneath the development standard. Yes, sir. That's it. Whew. Please review the rest of that if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Owens? Mr. Apple?
I'll try to be quick to give him more time later. I live at 1195 Somerset Crossing, not on the map, not in their survey, but on the corner of Margate and Somerset Crossing Lane, where all this traffic will go. Single family homes have families, kids will go to Southeast Middle, Caleb's Creek. They will cut through our neighborhood to do it. They will also travel all the way up to go to Bishop McGinnis. I have little kids that run around. This is going to completely run them over. No one stops at my stop sign, period. I invite you all to sit in my yard one day. I'll provide snacks, drinks, whatever you like. Come sit in my yard. No one stops. I've called the police. I've been brushed off. No traffic barriers at all to slow down traffic. They speed down our road all the time. Right now, Southeast Middle School has also released their crossing guard, their stopping guard. You're going to add more traffic going up that road. I've seen accidents happen at the school already because they've removed that stopping guard. You're going to add 100 and something more people cutting through our neighborhood, cutting through Margate to get to school to avoid those stoplights.
Thank you. All right. Kim Author.
Okay. Hi, this is Kim. I'm Kim Arthur with Kurt Arthur, 1137 Kingswood Drive. I'll read this quickly, given that we have 2 minutes. I'll read it fast. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to express our neighborhood safety concerns regarding the proposal to connect Trailwood Lane and Kendallwood Drive dead-end streets to the proposed townhomes to be built off of Solomon Drive. Our concerns are safety related for both the children and the adults in our neighborhood. May I ask that before such a drastic safety decision is made, that you take a few moments and drive down these stated streets and see just how narrow they actually are and with no sidewalks. Then visualize the traffic safety issues as these vehicles make a left onto Somerset Crossing Lane. This street is just as narrow, but it has cars parked on both sides of the street on a daily basis. Only by seeing this firsthand can you get a really clear idea as to why our current safety concerns will only intensify severely if these two dead-end streets are opened up as cut-through streets. It is not only the townhome traffic that we are concerned with, it will also be all the residents that live down Old Salem Road all the way down Teague Lane to Highway 66 that more than likely will cut through our neighborhood to get to all the retail and restaurants on the Solomon side, instead of using Union Cross Road, which has stoplights. This way will be way too convenient for all of them. In regards to our safety concerns for Kingswood Drive, if Trailwood Lane and Kendallwood Drive would be opened up as cut-through roads, is the fact that the elderly woman who lived beside us was hit by a vehicle heading towards Kendallwood Drive while she went to her mailbox to get her mail. She was hit by a vehicle and knocked her into her driveway, and she was taken to the emergency room. Then a few years later, the homeowner directly across from us had a work crew out there, and a young man was edging the lawn, and another vehicle came down heading the same way towards Kendallwood. Sun was in his eyes, hit the poor kid, broke both of his legs, and he has never been the same. And this has happened, and it has been a few years ago, but the same situation is that the sun is in their eyes at a particular time of day, and two people right in front of our house got hit. And that is really a concern. One of the most important safety issues, though, is the children at the bus stops on Somerset Crossing Lane. They're out there at 6:30 in the morning. I'm sorry? Time? Okay. Would it be possible to give each of you a copy of this so you can look at it later? There's just a little bit left.
Sure, hand it to Mr. Powell, and he can hand it to Mr. Penix.
Thank you very
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Would it be, Mr. Powell, would it be okay for Mr. Penix to pass it down the line tonight? Because we're going to vote on it tonight. Thank you. All right, next is Judy Hedden. Ms. Hedden.
Good evening. My name is Judy Hedden, and I live at 1425 Somerset Crossing. And is there any way that I can get a map of Kendallwood Drive?
Can you pause the time for a second?
Okay,
How's that?
that's good.
Okay.
At the end of Kendallwood, in that blue line, I do believe is Somerset Crossing. We that live in Somerset Crossing were very disappointed that we were not even considered a part of this. And it clearly, you can clearly see that Kendallwood dead ends to Somerset Crossing. And Somerset Crossing is a long street, and it will impact many, many residents. And I was very, like I said before, I was very disappointed that we did not get any clarification. We had no letters. The only way I found out about it is through friends in Kingswood. And so I got on the bandwagon, as you can see, and I got a lot of signatures on a petition. And the reason I did that was safety and safety only. And I feel like that if you make a decision to allow I don't mind the townhomes. Great. Let them come in. But please don't open up Kendallwood Drive. It will, I'm not an engineer. I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm not a civil engineer.
If you could address the board, please. Thank you.
I'm not an engineer, period. I'm a citizen of this great town that I love, lived here 21 years. But I'm asking you for your personal and humanitarian decision tonight. Please do not open up Kendallwood Drive.
Thank
you
you
very much.
All right, our next speaker is Todd Hancock.
Madam Mayor, Honorable Alderman, my name's Todd Hancock. I live at 1424 Trailwood Lane. I've lived there about 20 years and raised my family. If you'll turn to my neighbor Jeff's handout, example 1, you'll see Trailwood Lane is 19 feet 9 inches. If you'll go to example 2 in the handout, you'll see the pedestrian traffic in the undeveloped right of way. There's no area of refuge for the 4% of traffic that's going to impact them. If you'll go to handout example 3, you'll see the fire department, the first responders won't respond down those roads. You can clearly see their route of travel. Example 4 will indicate that there's more than enough community access as there is without opening up Trailwood Lane. Also, in the name of equity and urban planning, your staff recommends a complete sidewalk system that connects to external sidewalks benefiting existing and new residents. I would ask that if you choose to open up Trailwood Lane, you place a condition on the developer that they provide us with a complete external sidewalk system to provide us with safety as we move about our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Clodfelter.
Hello, Kevin Clodfelter, 1151 Kenosha Drive. Madam Mayor, Board, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I've lived there since 1998. I live at the end. I'm sure many of you have been down there to look at the neighborhood. I live at the last house on the left beside the 3-story pile of dirt, overgrown pile of dirt that's an eyesore. We would ask that, or I would ask, me and my family would ask that for if this is going to be a, as Mr. Smith said, a walk around neighborhood or whatever, we need some sidewalks up Kenosha Drive. We've welcomed all those people in the apartments. I've met a lot of them. We all walk our dogs. There's sidewalks everywhere except up Kenosha Drive. I have zero faith in the as far as where how much this 96% of vehicles going out Solomon Drive. 100% of vehicles came down Kenosha Drive when they were building those apartments. Myself, as many of the people on the board understand, that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. A straight line is up Kenosha Drive. And I would just ask it if we could get some sidewalks, speed bump, something like that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barnes indicated he needed more time. Is there anyone else who spoke? Ms. Arthur, are you good now that we've read your letter? Okay. So Mr. Barnes? Well, hang on a minute. Let me make sure. Is there anyone else here who hasn't spoken yet who'd like to speak against this development? Okay, Mr. Barnes.
You have 7 minutes and 12 seconds.
My good friend Todd addressed some of the things that were coming up in my little speech, but here's the option 2. First option for the T-box is to leave it. Mention that. And you've got all the reasons to do so in the red and the highlighted information. Option 2. Should the alderman deem it prudent to open Smith Crossing into Trailwood Lane, we are unified in our desire to petition the board to place a condition on the developer, Leah Terra, to bring Trailwood Lane up to current city standards for streets according to the UDO and the Thoroughfare and Street Plan. We would expect that the entirety of Trailwood Lane would be widened to its terminus and sidewalks and curbs be installed to remain consistent with the streets in Smith Crossing. This improvement condition would be fair and appropriate for all of the affected citizens of our community. Option 1 addressed your roles in the decisions regarding this issue. Highlighted areas in the document provide those necessary exceptions. Again, we would expect that the aldermen, should they choose to open Trailwood and change that previous decision, would set a condition that the developer would make the upgrades and that no taxpayer dollars are used for those upgrades. Citing the development standards, in all cases where street connectivity is delayed, the developer shall dedicate the necessary right-of-way and pay to the town the estimated current cost of the street construction required for the connection of the streets. Should Leah Terra not be willing to invest in improving Trailwood Lane, then the developer can eliminate that cost by maintaining the current T-box, and Trailwood Lane would remain a dead end. We will then file for a permanent closure. Please be reminded that this has already been decided by the board in 2018 after due consideration. The developer at the time had a desire to be a good neighbor and build this T-box. Joining me here in agreement tonight are my fellow neighbors and voters, community members, and we're all grateful for the opportunity to address you tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? There are a few more minutes. If you could, I don't have a card on for you, so I'll need you to be sure to state your name and address.
Name's William Alger, 1205 Somerset Crossing Lane. So when the map was up earlier, I did speak, well, way back when in 2018, I spoke about the traffic plan. It was quite different than the traffic plan that is now being presented. And the biggest issue, again, is Somerset Crossing. That subdivision is being left out of the conversation. all the traffic that comes out of the lower end of that, as I said, deads into Somerset Crossing. Somerset Crossing, again, is a very narrow road. All that traffic will then take a left, come up Somerset Crossing, and then when it's going to exit over to Old Salem, we'll go down Margate Lane. Also not in the traffic plan or in any of these maps that you'll have seen tonight. On that corner is one stop sign for that whole area, which no one stops at. And some of my neighbors, shame on them now, but it's only going to get worse for my children, my grandchildren, and the rest of the kids that live in that neighborhood. That was our biggest concern. If this should go through, the neighbors that are proposing this should be responsible to be adding not just speed bumps and stop signs in the other neighborhoods that's been recommended, but throughout Somerset Crossing Lane. That whole area there, that Margate will get inundated with traffic. It already is. People already use it as a cut through off of Union Cross, down Somerset, across Margate, over to Old Salem to get their kids to school, because the traffic is already backed up now from the schools all the way over to Union Cross. And it creates, at times during school hours, very difficult to exit the neighborhood as it currently is. And so I just ask you, take Somerset's needs into consideration as we're making these decisions. Thank you.
And could you spell your name for your last name for the clerk?
Alger.
Alger?
ER.
ER. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have 3 more minutes if there's anyone else. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak against? All right, seeing none, do you have a rebuttal?
Let me point out first, what you did not hear was anyone complaining about townhomes. The use that is proposed was not an issue. Something we did not point out also that we're not required to do, and this came up after the traffic study was done, was that we have offered to put up speed humps between this development and Kendallwood and Trailwood. That would be an additional connection, deterrence for anybody who's going through those streets. The next point is connectivity is good. Your community has a policy. It's got an ordinance that says you connect. Why? Because not connecting is bad. It causes congestion. It causes traffic problems when you don't. Multiple points of connectivity are good for public safety as well as for just good traffic management. Regarding the T-box, when we submitted the original site plan, we actually had the T-box on there. In conversations with staff, we were asked to remove it because of the connectivity issues. We were glad to comply with that. We actually think it is good. We thought the town had wanted the T-box from a previous rezoning. The town is free to go back to that T-box onto Trailwood if the town would like to do that. If you cut off all the points of access to this 18.6 acres, though, you are gutting the property from what density it can hold, and you are starting to create other problems with the broader road network. On the issue of Somerset, I would like to point out that the town does a notice to adjoining properties only. That's what the state of North Carolina requires. Somerset, as I looked at that map, is 11 lots away at its closest. So the people who live on Somerset may feel that they have a dog in the fight. Leoterra went much further to speaking to and reaching out to the community than the town did, but only because we think people need to know, and we're glad to have that community conversation with them. With respect to Somerset, I just spoke to Mr. Armenia. He agrees with Mr. Smith that because of how Kenosha is laid out, because it has a light at the end, very likely the vast majority of that 4% would go up Kenosha. But again, it's only 4%, which would leave a percent or so that would be jointly using trailwood and kindlewood. Those that would go to Somerset would only be that very small fraction that would use kindlewood, because that's where kindlewood goes to. So any sense that there is going to be a complete change in the level of traffic on Somerset, it's not a principle, it's not a statement that would actually have facts behind it. But I do understand that people always, anytime there's a change, anytime there's a new development, everybody wonders, will there be a horrible increase in traffic? Now, with respect to widening some of the roads off-site and other subdivisions, I hear that a lot. Actually, this is not a size of a project that can carry that cost, for one. But I think people forget that even when there's right-of-way, there is still always going to be land that has to be acquired, land that has to be taken from people's yards. And I assure you, I've seen this happen many times over my 36 years. Nobody will want that either. So it's good for one person to say it, but if you asked everybody on the road, would you dedicate parts of your land for a widened street and a sidewalk, I think you're going to start hearing a lot of no's when they realize they would have to have skin in that game. That concludes my rebuttal comments. Mayor Morgan, we're glad to answer any questions about details that may have come up in this hearing.
Thank you. All right. Since the proponents presented a rebuttal, the opponents are permitted to have a rebuttal. And I have 4 hands up, so that would be 5 hands. So it's still 5 minutes. So 5 people, it's a minute each. Okay, so we're good? All right, go ahead.
With regard to one of the last things Mr. Terrell mentioned, I will refer to what I said because it went by fast. Every home on Trailwood Lane is willing to have yards taken away for sidewalks and wider streets, if that's what the city insists on, but it needs to be at their expense, not the city's, no taxpayer dollars. We are unified in that. The answer would not be no if you ask each of us. Of course, we prefer that never happen. We want the dead end. We want that T-box to stay because it's already there and already approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. All right, next person. Go ahead. And if you could restate your name for the clerk, because he records it and then makes the minutes from that.
Judy Hadeen at 1425 Somerset Crossing. When Mr. Terrell mentioned Somerset Crossing not being in the mix because the town did not recognize Somerset Crossing as being adjoining, I refer to you. I mean, I don't understand why you didn't include Somerset Crossing when the dead end, Kindlewood dead ends to Somerset Crossing. If they use Kindlewood to get out of the community, they're going to hit Somerset Crossing. So also, I'd like to bring up the point that not only would the townhome people use our streets, but so would the apartments. It opens up a whole new added safety issue because the apartment people that take their children to school over to Caleb's Creek, Southeast Middle School, they are going to take that shortcut from Somerset Crossing to Margate to Old Salem and then up to T Green. So please consider Somerset Crossing and the safety issues that it will present. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Owens, 1195 Somerset Crossing. I'll state that Union Cross, when it expanded, y'all put the median up there. Probably the traffic is probably saying the same thing. Not a lot of traffic. Now everybody who has to turn left onto Old Winston, Old Salem to come in and turn onto Margate because they can't turn left onto Somerset Crossing. That affects me personally. I have young children that play in the street. It's a neighborhood. I'm not going to be able to allow them to do that anymore because these people can't slow down. Now you're going to add 100 and something other cars a day to do that. It's not acceptable.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jesse Dunn. I'm at 1425 Trailwood Lane, and I am a little bit concerned with the figures. If only 1% of the traffic is going to be utilizing both Trailwood, Kendallwood, and Kenosha, then what is the need to upset the community and the residents that live there over 1%? What is the need over 1%? And I'd also debate that if it really was only 1%, I debate that only 1% will use it. I debate that most people are going to choose to drive through a shopping center, through a roundabout to go to their homes, rather than not have to wait at a light, not have to drive through the traffic of the blooming shopping center that's happening, and then rather than just go through the communities. So I debate that that's really what's going to happen in reality. Thank you.
Thank you. And there was one more person, I think. Yes, thank you.
Hi, I'm Brenda Miller. I live at 1411 Kendallwood Drive. I've been the resident there for almost 23 years. I don't think any of us are all for growth and building. It's the safety issue. And our kids are walking to the bus stops, no sidewalks. We've got the elderly in there, the retirees that's still young at heart. They want to walk. They can't just pick up and move. And when I got with some of them, they were just nervous about it. We have people strolling their babies through our neighborhoods. We have little kids with their bicycle, and we get a lot of the traffic coming over to Kingswood and Kendallwood from Somerset Crossing because they can't walk on their congested streets at all because you have to stop and wait for another car to outpass, go around the other one for you to even get out in there. And the guy that lives on the corner, exactly, absolutely. I hear all that. It's just, we're all for it. It's just don't bring the roads through our neighborhoods. One life is all it takes for this 1%. So please, please come out there, get the things that counts the traffic or whatever after this. But we all know that people are going to cut through, and a speed bump is nothing but just after you went through speed humps and then it becomes a straightaway, they're just flying through there. Nobody stops at stoplights. Our little kids don't know to jump on the sidewalks. I mean, out in the street, where are they supposed to go? And they're getting off the buses, they're walking back and forth, and it's just, it's a no-win situation. And it's not that we're not trying to keep the townhomes from coming. We love growth, but just please, please do it in a safe way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are at time. I'll declare the public hearing closed. All right, questions. I heard several questions and also comments to address. First, I'd like to recognize Chief Summers.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is our police chief, Tim Summers. So Mr. Owens at 1195 Somerset Crossing is near the Margate stop sign, and other residents have mentioned it as well tonight. What are some steps we could take to enforce that stop sign?
I would have to just put it out to patrol to be more vigilant out there and be visual, to watch the stop sign. And I made a note of it now to address it as it is with its existing conditions, and then monitor as if this is approved as development grows.
Okay. Is there any input from the community about times a day that it seems to be a problem, or that would be helpful?
I would need that information, but I have not spoken to anyone that I know of in Somerset dealing with this specific issue.
Okay. And then who should they contact if they've got the information about kind of when we need to be out there at that stop sign?
They can just call the police department, ask to speak to me, or they can speak to the captain over patrol.
Okay. All right. So the captain on patrol or the chief? Okay.
Yes, Captain Jason Tilley or myself.
All right. Not right now. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Chief Alderman? The comment was made that the fire department doesn't currently respond on the neighborhood streets, but maybe it is an issue that Beeson's Fire Department doesn't respond because that may not be their jurisdiction. If you could address the issue of the fire department response.
I'm not sure that I really understood the question in regards to the roads not being used. Is that?
Sure.
In 2018, you guys spoke to the lack of a need to use Trailwood Lane to get into Smith Crossing, because you would go straight from the fire department down the crossing, come in with jump the main, get out the lights and turn that. That was all I
Okay, you were referring to the Trailwood being closed.
Right,
okay, all right, super. All right, super. Thank you. Just want to clarify that.
The proposed subdivision has 3 points of access, and per fire code, a minimum of 2 are required. And so going back to 2018, I do remember that now based off what you said. And it still met the requirement because in 2018 it had 2 points of access.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr. Swisher, if you could address the roads, sidewalks, off-site improvements.
Well, I think it's like Mr. Terrell said, to widen those roads and include sidewalks on any of those roads, Trailwood, Kenosha, Kendallwood, it would take quite a bit of property from the property owners out there. Mr. Barnes stated that all of the folks on Trailwood would be willing to donate or to give their land and our front yards as needed for those improvements. I don't know if you'd have the same, sentiment from the folks on Kingswood and Kenosha and Trailwood, but you might. But for the roads to be taken over by the town, they would, be brought up town standards and whatnot. But I think that's something. Before those folks say, hey, we'll give it to you, they would probably want to know how much of the front yard they're going to lose, because in areas it could be significant.
Okay,
I can't tell you without doing having a surveyor go out and a road design and everything else to tell you how much they would need.
Okay, and then do you have any comments about off-site improvements?
As in regards to the developer doing those off-site improvements, we have traditionally not required that of the developer in the past. There has been off-site improvements required in areas, where the development is going to add a significant increase in daily traffic count, or it places a significant burden on an intersection. One of those where there's some off-site improvements was Oakhurst Street. McConnell Subdivision did some off-site improvements there. There might be some off-site improvements required the Caleb's Creek Subdivision.
I think most of those will be done by the town and by DOT. So it's rare that we require off-site improvements, and it's usually only an effect of a pretty significant increase in use in that area.
And then also there was a comment about how y'all had put the median up there on Union Cross Road. If you could address the Union Cross Road and the design process that.
Yeah, Union Cross Road is a DOT road. All of the improvements that were done on Union Cross were done by the DOT from the diamond interchange, or it's not a diamond, I think it's a diverging interchange or something like that, all the way up to Sedge Garden Road and Union Cross Road. Those improvements were done by DOT and were mainly done as part of the larger intersection design there. And it's usually when they put a median, when they do a divided highway with a median, most of the time the rationale behind that is to limit left turns. If you're going south on Union Cross Road, they try to limit those left turns over into Kenosha and Kingswood for safety reasons.
The only town road, the town maintained town-owned road that I recall us putting medians on is Grayland Street.
That is correct. Grayland Street and Medical Parkway.
Kernersville Medical Parkway.
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
Both of those. All right. Ms. Garner, could you address the attempts and efforts that we make to give notice of a public hearing at the Planning Board and the Board of Aldermen and the legal requirement about notices mailed to adjacent property owners?
Sure. North Carolina state law requires that we notify properties that are immediately adjacent to the property that's being rezoned. So that's all the properties that directly touch the boundaries of this property. So notices were sent for both Planning Board and Board of Aldermen meetings to those property owners. We also publish ads in the paper for both Planning Board and Board of Aldermen. Those are run in the Kernersville News, and it's published on our website. So there's information once the Planning Board packet is posted prior to the Planning Board meeting. We also have a comment sheet that people can fill in comments directly, and it's emailed to the Deputy Clerk and myself to receive comments, but it's provided online on the town's page in the Kernersville News. And then there's a sign that's posted as well. We had several signs posted at various points for this property. And then also the mailing to the adjacent property owners per our legal requirement.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Apple, you had a question of one of the speakers, and they can return to the podium to answer the question.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I tend to think practically, believe it or not. And if I am counsel, let me address this to you, and if there's someone else that would most appropriately respond, I'd appreciate that. If I live on Solomon Drive and I'm going out my driveway every morning.
Excuse me, who are you asking the question of?
Counsel first, and then the council's who I'm addressing.
Mr. Powell or?
No.
Mr. Terrell, okay.
For the proponents, Mr. Terrell. I'm sorry, didn't clarify that.
If you can come to the podium, and please limit your answer to an answer to his question.
If I live on Solomon Drive and I'm coming out my driveway and going to work in the morning, and headed up Solomon Drive, which would make sense if I'm living there, in a clear way that I can understand it, tell me what the impact would be if your traffic studies reflected that, what the impact would be in terms of waiting time to get through the intersection of Solomon and Union Cross now versus if the proposed townhome development is approved. What difference will it make?
Could you
technical question you can defer to your associates from Davenport.
But I can pull his chart up.
Okay.
Catherine, could you put up the level of service slide, please? That's the one right there. The traffic engineers, based on from the highway capacity manual, use standards called levels of service. They go from A to B to C and on down to F. In this case, you will notice that Union Cross at Solomon Drive, whether there's future or no, but it's the very top line, the future no build is level of service C, and that future build is still level of service C. The difference, though, is 22.4 seconds delay versus 21.6, which somebody who does math in their head faster than I do would have to calculate that. But if you look at the next to the bottom row, it is essentially the same thing. Union Cross Road at Solomon Drive, it goes, if this project is not built, level of service C, 25.9 seconds delay, which only increases to 27.2, which I think is 2.3 seconds additional delay. All of us who drive know that when you're at intersections, 2.3 seconds is not something that our minds are actually feeling an impact of.
Let me follow that up then with another question. I'm not sure that if I'm one of the folks out here who live on Solomon Lane, I'm not sure that I can really relate the 2 seconds or 3 seconds or 6 second delay.
And that was my point, but go, sorry.
Well, yeah, tell me how long it's going to take me today if I live on Solomon Drive on the average to get from
It is also on that chart. If you look at the very top left box where it says B, it's 18.2 seconds. Today, it's 18.2 seconds delay, and then you have to the right of that 2025 build versus no build. Now, that's the AM peak, and then the bottom is the PM peak. Now, if you are traveling anytime between 9 in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, or anytime before 7 or after 6, it's going to be a lot less. This is the peak hour when most people are coming and going.
I guess I'm having trouble getting my head around the practicality of it. If we're proposing to add 140 some townhomes.
That's correct.
Families, more than one individual working within some of those families. I don't know what the percentage would be. But if I'm adding that and 90+% of that traffic is going to exit their neighborhood through Solomon Drive, okay, I'm not sure that my head it's easy to get around whether that's going to make a difference to me in going to work, in my trip to work that morning. And I know I'm not, maybe I'm trying to oversimplify, and maybe I'm showing my ignorance by my question, but common sense would tell me that if you add that number of trips and 90% of them are on Solomon Drive, I'm going to have to wait longer before I get to that stoplight.
Let me ask you this question. Are you saying that your common sense does not accept the data that's in the traffic impact analysis?
If the only difference is 2 seconds, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. Let me answer it this way. And I think
everybody just stop for one moment. We cannot have comments going on all across the room when someone is speaking. This will not be a clear process if we do that.
Okay.
He didn't speak when neighbors were speaking. All right. So we will hear from everybody, and this board needs to deliberate, and they cannot if they can't hear the information. So it's only fair to everyone involved. These are very serious decisions being made. So I'd appreciate everyone's patience. And if there are conversations you've got to have right now, there is a foyer between this room and the outside, so you will not have to be in the rain to have them. You're welcome to step outside and then come back in. But I've got to have your cooperation in this. So thank you. All right.
I'm going to have Mr. Amenia show you what his data it says, but let me answer it this way. The Institute of Transportation Engineers and the Transportation Research Board are the two entities that the federal government, the state of North Carolina, and every local government in this state turn the safety of their citizens over to for every single matter involving transportation safety. Every single transportation engineering firm in this country, including Davenport Engineering, use the data and the research from those two research bodies and then push it through the most sophisticated software in the world. The information from both of those research bodies, they're nonprofit, by the way, is constantly being re-engineered, and backward looks are done all the time. If somebody says that a gas station with 12 pumps creates X number of vehicle trips per day, those data are constantly being updated and looked at. Transportation studies like are done by Davenport are looked at in 2025. They're looked at again to see was it correct or not. So what we have are constant calibrations and recalibrations of the tools that we use to make these decisions. And you have at your disposal a nationwide set of data, thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands of data points and variables that go into what is put up on this board.
Please understand, I'm not at all questioning the validity of the numbers that we have. I'm certainly not questioning the expertise and professionalism of the Davenport group, so I don't want that to be understood. I'm just trying to place myself in the place of somebody who lives on Solomon Drive, and what difference is that going to make to my life every day that I go out that same route that I've gone to go to work?
If you already live on Solomon Drive, you elected to live in a project that had 600 apartment units. That was your choice. In a world of free market, you decided that's where you wanted to live, and you decided that you wanted to exit onto Union Cross, going through as what Mr. Smith described as a heavy commercial project. So if you live on Solomon Drive, you've already made the decision that that does not bother you. I think Mr. Amenia has some data that he would like to show you from his study.
Mr. Apple, did that answer your question, or would you like to see the further data?
I don't think that's going to help me, because I'm still having my practical focus, and that's okay, because I understand these numbers and I understand the process you go through to get them. I just still am focusing on the practicality.
Do you want to hear additional data presented by them?
I do, yes,
okay,
ma'am.
Go ahead then.
Frank Amenya, my address is 119 Brookstown Avenue, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. So Tom has described what we have to do in order to get these numbers. One point I would want to make with regards to the IT trip generation, which your planning staff did present to you. In that peak AM hour, we are looking at 23 vehicles, trips coming in this development, and we have 50 going out. In the PM, we are looking at 50 entering and then 37 exiting. So yes, you had the over 100 townhomes, but when you dive into the data within the peak 1 hour, and that's normally the worst case peak within the course of the whole 24 hours, we are looking at 23 vehicles coming in, 50 going out, and then 50 coming in the peak, and then 37 going out.
All right. Okay. Thank you. That answered your question? Okay. Mr. Barrow, did you have questions?
I do. I have one for the Davenport fellow. Who was that? What was your name, sir?
Frank.
Hey, Frank. Frank, I've taken the time before tonight to look through this Smith Crossing transportation impact analysis. Nowhere in here did I see it mention Somerset Crossing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do what?
That's correct. It's
Okay,
not.
you've heard all these people complain about that.
Yes.
And
And
y'all didn't take that in consideration when you did this impact statement?
well, when you look at the steady intersections, you normally look at the steady intersections based on the traffic that is being generated as a result of the development. So it's like you have a bowl of water and then you have stone. If you have a big stone and you drop it in the water, the rippling effect goes high. And you have a small stone and you drop it in the water, the rippling effect is small. So based on the traffic that we have generated, this stone did not ripple all the way to Somerset. That said, we have a low percentage that will be using the Kendall Drive, and that would end up being there. By the time it gets to that point, that effect is low. And so that's why that wasn't considered in the analysis.
You do see that you can drive from your development all the way over to Old Salem Road and not see any lights or anything, correct?
Yes.
Y'all didn't consider that?
We did not consider that because of the effect that I said with the stone. I used a big stone.
I understand the whole effect thing.
Yes.
But I'm talking about real world, what's going to happen.
Yes.
And I think that's what all these people are concerned about. You're opening up a whole new avenue to get out of that subdivision over there without having to go through the lights up on Union Cross Road. That's got to be appealing, and you should consider it, I think, don't you?
That's why I said that we have a small percentage that will be using that, and its effect is negligible.
Based on what?
Based on the traffic numbers that will be using that.
I find that answer insufficient.
Okay. I respect
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
Chris, do you have any questions?
I got a question on the design of the neighborhood itself. And I understand there's more than 100 units in fire code. We've got to have 2 access points. Is there no way to just redesign? Let me get back to my map. I'm sorry. Is there no way to redesign this so that you've got almost like a large roundabout with the townhomes going around, whether it's Kenosha coming in and then leaving out Solomon, so that you could cut off Trailwood and cut off Kendallwood and not even have access to those? That'd be my question. All the streets that come into Smith Crossing besides Kenosha are up to everyday fire truck standards and sizes with sidewalks. And to somebody's point, if we're not looking into sidewalks on Kenosha, we probably need to look into that soon, because whatever development ends up getting passed here tonight or at another time period is going to create even more traffic. It's going to be going up and down Kenosha. I guess my question would be, can you not redesign that such that there are 2 access points within Smith Crossing itself?
You could cut Trailwood off. You could put up a T-box. But as has been explained to you, if you eliminate all those points of access, what you're saying is that nothing but 100 units can be built on this 18-acre tract. And the cost of that land does not support something under, because I'm telling you, as Mr. Smith said, it's in a hole. It sits between streams. It's up against an interstate. It's got other challenges to it. So in order to overcome those challenges, you have to have density, which gives you an ability to cover all of those costs, because every challenge is translated into a cost. Sure. And that's how real estate development works. So if you wanted to put a T-box into Trailwood, that would be acceptable to the developer, as long as you are leaving this with 2 points of access. That would be Kendallwood and Solomon Drive.
Gotcha. And I understand density fully, and I appreciate your comment. My concern, though, is this wasn't a problem for us when we passed the T-box in 2018 and we left open Kendallwood because there was only 64 units, single family, that were going in. So the conundrum that I have with this now is we're putting out 145 units, a higher density than the single family. And I get what you're saying on the density. Your numbers have to work, but the conundrum is we've got citizens that are going to be heavily impacted, traffic study or not. There's going to be people cutting through that neighborhood on their side, whether the houses were built in the 1970s or if they were built in the 1990s. And I understand the need for your product, but I also know that we just passed the 2020 275 townhouse units on the other side of 40. You just said that half the units, the 600 units, aren't finished out of the condos you're building. And I don't remember what, you might be able to help me, Catherine. There's another development going across the street behind the gas station that I think is still slabs that they haven't started constructing yet. Or maybe I'm missed there, but so I hear what you're saying, but to me, in order for me to accept this, it would have to work out where you could work it out on the interior of this development, and we could shut those other two roads down, or you'll have to, I guess you'd have to come down to your 100 units to make it work.
With due respect, the community did not accept the project as proposed in 2018 either. If you look at the minutes, there was a lot of opposition to that project too. So it's not as though this 18.36 acres has anything that would be acceptable to the community if there's connectivity.
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Penix, do you have any questions? Mr. Gorham, do you have any questions?
Yes. I just have one question for council here. Did at any time I hear the data that's been presented tonight and it's computer generated? Did anybody from the developers company actually take into account what the citizens are saying to the point where they personally went and observed the traffic that's going through that neighborhood at this time?
The answer is yes in two respects. First, we sent a broadcast letter that I'm sure I'm saying this correctly, other developers who come into this community don't do. We over-announced a neighborhood meeting. I had 2 calls. I gave out my cell phone. I had 2 calls from people who live farther down on Kendallwood, and we had 1 person who showed up at our neighborhood meeting. So that was one place that we had a connection. We sent a second letter out, and we had other people call in, but there was not a groundswell of opposition. I myself, Mr. Bunker, Mr. Armenia, and Mr. Carter have all driven down these streets that are Trailwood, Kendallwood, and Kenosha. And in our experience, there was not much traffic. In fact, very, very little traffic at the times that we were there. So that was our experience.
Thank you.
Okay, I have closed the public hearing. Are there any more questions? Is there any discussion by the board or questions of our staff?
Madam Mayor, based on my comments and the way this plan is as of right now, I would motion to deny item 1A.
I'd second that motion.
Okay. Do you want to specify more detail about the town's comprehensive plan in your motion?
see. I'd like a motion to move to deny the amendment of the UDO of the town of rezoning the properties in case K719.A5 from MU-S to MU-C mixed use conditional use district. The said rezoning being inconsistent with the town's comprehensive plan and further being both unreasonable and not in public interest due to the following facts. Excuse me. 1, though the petitioner has requested conditional use district rezoning, allowing a specific site plan of proposed uses to be considered, the specific site plan and townhome use do not adequately address the unique character of the area. 2, the transition between the development types as shown is incompatible. 3, a complete sidewalk system is required that provides for internal circulation and connections to external sidewalk systems, but would create conflict with existing residential streets without sidewalks, creating a safety concern.
And do you second that motion, Mr. Barrow?
I second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Alderman Thompson, second by Alderman Barrow. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. All right, before we move on to the next matter, we'll take a brief recess. We stand in recess. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening and welcome back to the regular meeting of the Kernersville Board of Aldermen. We are to the public session, and the first item is speakers from the floor. Is there anyone who'd like to address the board on an item that is not otherwise covered on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 2B, preliminary subdivision review. Michael Johnson, agent for owners for properties located at the end of Witt Station Lane and Witt Road, containing a total of 153.31 plus or minus acres and being all of the Forsyth County pins as shown on the agenda and on the screen, and Guilford County pins as well. Petitioner is requesting a 5-lot industrial subdivision for properties currently zoned BI, which is business industrial. We'll begin with the presentation by our community development staff. Ms. Garner.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a preliminary subdivision review for the North Point development that was rezoned last summer. So that was done in about August 2021. So Michael Johnson is the agent for the owner, North Point Piedmont Commerce Center, LLC, business industrial. The acreage has been fleshed out. There was a discrepancy, but we have fixed that with the surveyor. So they are now looking at reshuffling their lots. They acquired many lots. They are looking at 5 industrial lots at the end of the day. So the property to be subdivided is located at the end of Witt Station Lane and Witt Road, which is south of US 421. They are looking at dividing their parcels into 5 total lots, and this includes all of the parcels that were rezoned as part of case K788. That's the one that was approved last year in 2021. So the preliminary subdivision review and conditions, staff finds that the process consists of an administrative review. So we're just looking at the subdivision and how it meets the ordinance standards to determine compliance based on findings of facts of either conformance or nonconformance. So for compliance of the submitted preliminary subdivision to the ordinance, staff is recommending the following conditions: that the extension of Witt Station Lane, which is proposed to be renamed Piedmont Commerce Drive, and associated improvements shall be reviewed and approved by NCDOT, and all NCDOT improvements required shall be constructed as part of the project. The developer shall process the maintenance, abandonment, and right-of-way closures of that portion of Witt Station Lane right-of-way that is existing at the southwest corner of lot number 4, and the developer shall meet NCDOT requirements as part of this abandonment. Witt Station Lane or Piedmont Commerce Drive will be an NCDOT street once constructed, so that's why all the references to DOT. Witt Station Lane, to be renamed Piedmont Commerce Drive, shall be constructed to the eastern property line as shown on the preliminary subdivision plat. The developer shall record negative access easements along those parcels which front US Highway 421, Salem Parkway, Burnt Mill Road, Tanbark Lane, and Macy Station Drive. That prevents future connections and other driveways that may connect to either 421 or the residential neighborhood that abuts this property that would not be favorable. Existing easements on lot number 1, including the 25-foot southern access easement, 30-foot ingress and egress easement, and 20-foot power easements, shall be abandoned and dissolved as shown on the plat. The developer shall install all infrastructure necessary to serve the project, including but not limited to roadways, water and sewer, gravity lines, force mains, gas, and power simultaneously with each corresponding phase of development. Number 7, all streets and utilities within the subdivision shall meet the industrial standards in conformity with both the town's design and construction specifications manual, as well as current NCDOT standards. The developer shall petition NCDOT to accept maintenance of Witt Station Lane to be renamed Piedmont Commerce Drive Extension as soon as the roadways meet the NCDOT maintenance requirements, at which time the town will accept the sidewalk maintenance within the subdivision. BI requires there to be sidewalks on one side of the road. All detailed construction plans must be submitted and approved by the Community Development Department and other agencies with jurisdictional authority prior to construction. Those plans are currently under review with our office. And a stormwater management plan prepared by a professional engineer shall be submitted for review and approval. That is also under review currently. Number 10, all necessary approvals from the town, the city of High Point, who will be serving with utilities, NCDEQ, EPA, NCDOT, and the other agencies shall be the sole responsibility of the developer. And any town of Kernersville streets and utilities within the subdivision shall be designed and constructed to our design manuals. City of High Point Public Services Department shall approve all water and sewer drawings with the appropriate easements. Exact alignment and widths of the easement shall be determined prior to the final plat approval. City of High Point is currently reviewing those water and sewer plans. All storm drainage and maintenance easements meeting the town's easement requirements as outlined in our construction manual shall be shown on the final plat. And fire hydrants shall be spaced no more than 500 feet apart, and hydrants shall meet the City of High Point standards since they will be serving with water. Planning board and staff recommend approval of the proposed preliminary subdivision based on the findings of facts, along with the conditions that are submitted in the staff report. And I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Are there any questions of Ms. Garner at this time? Mr. Apple?
Catherine, in summary, my understanding that basically what he's doing is just adding this one additional lot over to the left of Piedmont, with what will be Piedmont Commerce Drive.
All of the land that's under the preliminary subdivision was rezoned last summer, and so the lots are just being adjusted to meet their needs. So it was several lots, and then that'll be reshaped into 5 total lots at the end.
All within the same acreage.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Barrow, did you have
Yes, I have a
questions?
question for Ms. Garner. You know, I was in here when y'all rezoned that the first time, and the people that lived down on Burnt Mill and all, you remember they were all hollering about the water and all of that. Nothing y'all are doing is going to change what was presented to them at that time.
Correct.
All of, because y'all had done certain accommodations and talked to them and got it all worked out.
And all of the standards that we included in the ordinance in that text amendment to the BI district are being reviewed with the construction documents. And the negative access easements would prevent anybody from future making a driveway over to their roads and then funneling traffic through that. So that's another layer of protection.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. And nobody has signed up to speak on this.
The applicant is here. He may not have signed up. He may not have,
Oh, would the applicant like to speak? Okay. And this has a 15-minute time limit.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll be brief. Michael Johnson with North Point Development. Here to answer any questions.
And hang on just a second. Mr. Swisher, is his microphone on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so here to answer any questions. Appreciate the board considering this matter and appreciate planning staff's help in preparing the subdivision. To the 2 questions that have been asked, there's about a 15-foot berm constructed between us and the neighbors. We've upheld all things that were promised to those neighbors during those meetings. So, if you've driven by there, you've seen we're starting to make really good progress. We're excited about the development and what we've been able to do to this point and continuing to be a part of the town. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question. Sorry.
Yeah.
At one point during our discussions that you were meeting with some of the residences over there about possibly doing some paving or fixing some storm drains or some different things. Is that still a discussion going on?
That is an ongoing discussion. So we've set aside roughly $400,000 to do paving throughout that neighborhood. There's some ancillary conversations with NCDOT about how those roads are accepted. There's some work that the residents would need to elect to do for them to be taken into the DOT system. Should they elect not to during the paving season this year, we'll go ahead and go in there and repave the roads.
That's great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, any discussion or do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Alderman Thompson. Do I have a second? A second by Alderman Apple. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Is that all you need for that, Ms. Garner?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We are to item C, which is related. Consideration of a resolution renaming Witt Station Lane to Piedmont Commerce Drive.
This is a request to rename Witt Station Lane with the road improvements that they are doing in the road realignment change. It made sense to distinguish between Witt Lane and Witt Station Lane. So Witt Station Lane is the one that will become, is proposed to become Piedmont Commerce Drive and will extend through the business park to their eastern property line. There was one adjacent property owner who was affected more by the road realignment than the wasn't affected by the name change, but they were affected by the road realignment, and that's been worked out. So everybody that could be impacted has been notified.
Okay, any discussion or do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I would move that the resolution set forth in the package be approved.
Okay, I have a motion by Alderman Apple.
Second.
Second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. Moving on to item D, consideration of a revised Board of Aldermen meeting schedule to change the date of the May 3rd meeting. Mr. Swisher?
Madam Mayor and Board, you have in your packet the proposed change. There are several public hearings scheduled for that night. Ms. Garner will not be here on that Tuesday night, so we are proposing to move the meeting that would be Tuesday, May the 3rd, move that meeting to Wednesday, May the 4th. Still be at 6:30, be in this room, but that will give her an opportunity to be here. We didn't feel like it would be very good for the gentleman in our office to probably present those in place of her. We certainly could if we had to, but I think it would be more appropriate for her to present those to this board.
And the somewhat confusing proposed May change, it's a proposal to change the date for the May meeting. So
correct. It's
not a May change, it's a proposed calendar change for the month of May. All right, any discussion or does this work for everybody's schedule? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman J.R. Gorham, second. Second by Alderman Penix. All in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. All right, item E is consideration of an agreement with NCDOT for a locally administered project, State Economic Development Agreement. Mr. Swisher?
Item E and item F are for the same pot of money. It is $650,000. It is a state pass-through grant, basically, for a road project with North Point Development. The way that works is we have an agreement with DOT stipulating what the town will do. Then the town has an agreement with North Point Development stating what they are required to do. So basically, we're required to do this, and then we require that of North Point. Tried to put them all in a three-party agreement. DOT no longer allows that, so we did two-party agreements. Staff has looked over it. Ms. Garner has looked over it. Mr. Powell. We think it's ready to go. Be good for them. They'll get some money from DOT for some economic development in that area.
Are there any questions or discussions about item E and item F? All right, do I have a motion on item E? This is the agreement with NCDOT. Got a motion by Alderman Penix. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. Moving on to F. This is the agreement with North Point. Any questions? Or do I have a motion? Got a motion by Alderman Gorham. Second.
Second.
Second by Alderman Penix. All those in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. Moving on to item G, it's the 2021 annual reports and 2022 budget requests. First is Next Step Ministries. Welcome, Patty.
You're going to set my computer up for me real quick. So. Good evening, Madam Morgan, Mayor, and Board of Aldermen. Thank you so much for having me tonight. Can you hear me okay? No, I need to speak up, right?
Probably move it close.
You can place sometimes it works to put the microphone down low. See if
Is that
works.
better? Okay, great. Well, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you all tonight. Last year was my first year doing this, and I was thrilled to pieces to be able to introduce to you Next Step Ministries from my tenure here. So this is our second year, and I just want to say thank you for your past support. That has been much appreciated. So I'd like to just start off with, and if you will go to the next slide, please. So this is our mission statement, and it has changed slightly from last year. One of our goals, if you'll remember, and maybe you don't, but one of our goals last year was to do some research and start launching a sexual assault program and services. So our mission statement is to provide refuge, advocacy, and education to survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and of course to the broader community. And if you'll go to the next slide, please. So due to the fact that some of you are new, and maybe this is the first time you're hearing about Next Step Ministries, we actually were founded in 1998 when one of our local school teachers was shot and murdered by her husband, and we couldn't receive services from some of our area agencies. So Next Step Ministries was born, and we have now been established for 24 years. So that's exciting that we're still able to provide these services for Kernersville. Some of the things that you might need to know about us is that we have a safe house. We are trying to kind of move away from the term shelter because a lot of people think shelter is homelessness. We are not a homeless shelter, and we're not a transitional housing shelter. We are a safe house. And this is for women and children and men, whoever might be a victim of domestic violence, to be able to have a place to go in imminent danger situations. And we're talking about where people are actually fleeing from a situation where there is a possibility that they will be harmed and or a homicide take place. So while they're at our safe house, they receive food, clothing, transportation, case management, resource referrals, and program referrals. We have a 24/7 crisis hotline. Our hotline is not manned by volunteers. We have learned that some of the other area agencies are utilizing volunteers. We are not doing that. We have trained staff who do that. And in this area is where we actually do the danger and safety assessments to determine whether or not those folks that are calling us are actually in an imminent danger situation. Our safe house is meant to be for those folks, again, not for transitional housing. So it is the portal of entry for our shelter services and resource referrals. So a lot of times the calls that we get may only need some referrals and may only need some victim advocacy and are not maybe in imminent danger, which leads them to our victim advocacy aspect of our services. And this is where we will receive some of our reports come from the Criminal Investigations Division of KPD. Detective Hannah Leonard works with us very closely and lets us hear from those reports that have been taken. We are not quite receiving the sexual assault cases yet because we are in the launching stages of this. So this month is actually the month, which is also Child Sex Abuse or Child Abuse Month and Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So this is a month that we're launching those sexual assault services. Our victim advocate responds to requests for support from local hospitals, medical centers, and provides initial assessment of needs, assists clients with navigating the judicial system, and attends court with all victims. They assist with the 50B, which is a protective violence order, and she also will attend court in criminal court for assault on female charges. And then we also help with victims' compensation and provide, again, all case management and non-residential victims with advocacy. Our case management is actually sitting in our safe house, and this is where we spend an enormous amount of time with folks trying to set goals with them, make some assessments of what their needs are, and then work in our partnerships with people in Kernersville and the surrounding areas to provide those resources. So we're looking at job, counseling, housing, medical assistance, where we can find medical assistance. Those types of things is what they're actually doing in case management. So one of our biggest challenges is actually finding housing. So affordable housing is very difficult for people who are trying to get out on their own and may not have been allowed to have any finances, a job, or even transportation on their own. So they come to us many times without those sources, and that's what we spend a great deal of time helping them with. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. And then our resource center is a place that we offer support groups and workshops, empowerment classes. We work at helping to educate them on how to break the cycle of violence. It's where we do some of our prevention as well, and of course, community education presentations. And then our community education is, of course, where we go out into the community. We work with other professionals who would be a part of what I would call a multidisciplinary team, so that we can then effectively help those folks that come to us. So we're talking about working with social workers, with schools, with hospitals, with Kernersville Police Department. We recently just started partnering with the VA hospital, their women's program there, their interpersonal violence program there, and then there are also sexual abuse program and assault program there as well. So our community education is about really ramping up that prevention. So when we talk about stopping domestic violence, it's not just an intervention, it has to be in the prevention. And then a lot of people know that we have a thrift store, and our thrift store, of course, is available to the community to provide, used or gently used items. It is also the place that our clients are able to go and shop for free. This is where they're able to get clothing, housewares, sheets, towels, linens, any of those kinds of things. And we network with Green Nest, Goodwill, and some other programs to help provide some furniture as well. So we do a lot. Those are just the things to try to educate you and to let you know what it is that we actually do, and then how we're growing. So if you'll go to the next one, please. These are our partnerships. We're very proud of Kernersville Police Department, and very appreciative that they have welcomed us to partner with them. With the Criminal Investigations Division, we are able to receive those reports. One of the things that we know about domestic violence particularly, and sometimes sexual assault, is if we can get in touch and in contact with victims early on in their trauma, their likelihood to heal and their likelihood to move forward and be successful at coming out of those abusive relationships go up tremendously. So with the help of KPD and the connection that we have with them in the relationship, we have really begun to make a difference in what's actually happening with our Kernersville community. So we appreciate what they do. The local churches, we this past year have really increased our partnerships with them as well. We are now on several of their missions programs. We're very fortunate that they're also helping us with some volunteer fulfillment that we need. They are there to provide food, clothing, anything that you can imagine that you might need if you have had to leave your home with nothing really, truly, but the clothes on your back and maybe a backpack. So we're really excited about this year, because we know that we're going to actually be doing some training. We've already done one training with security teams at churches, but we're going to be doing more of those so that the churches are educated on how to deal with domestic violence and how to understand what a 50B protective order is. So our relationships with those folks are growing and really grew in 2021. We, of course, work with Second Harvest Food Bank, Food Line, Sheets with food donations. And then, of course, we're involved with the Kernersville Chamber of Commerce, Rotary, and several of the civic organizations in Kernersville. Some of our other partnerships involve the Continuum of Care in Forsyth County, which is an organized group that does work with shelter and transitional housing. This is a group that we worked very closely with when COVID hit, so that we would have a place for any of our guests to be able to go to if they were to have gotten COVID. So we worked very closely with them. The Family Justice Center of Forsyth County, that is a new agency that has been developed over the last several years to be kind of what they call one-stop shopping for your judicial needs. So our court advocate does a lot of navigating for and with our clients and helping them to get through the court system, because that's a very intimidating system and it's very hard for them to understand how to get through it without some help. We are part of the Domestic Violence Community Council Sexual Assault Response Team. So this also involves all the same nurses, the directors of that, legal aid, Department of Social Services, Mental Health Services, Family Services of Forsyth County. So we're all working together so that we're not duplicating and or that we can actually be of support to each other's areas and agencies. Our neighborhood partnerships within our region of the North Carolina Council for Women. So we work very closely with what we call our sister shelters so that we're able to also assist them should they need to get someone out of their county in a very volatile situation. We work with World Relief, who's a human trafficking agency. And so we have actually provided shelter and safe house for those folks who they have extracted from human trafficking situations. Of course, we work closely with Legal Aid, Kellen Foundation for long-term counseling. They specialize in trauma-informed counseling. Kernersville Counseling Center right here in Kernersville. They also are trained in trauma-informed counseling. And then, of course, again, local churches. We have memorandums of understanding with the Family Services of Forsyth County and the Family Services of Davidson County. So we cover a big region when it comes to working with other programs if we need to get someone out of the county. Okay. So I'd like to share a couple of testimonies with you. I know last year that I shared one that had to do with a crisis line. It was a pretty serious situation. And I know a lot of people had questions for me afterwards about how that happened. And thankfully we were working very closely with KPD, and it actually saved somebody's life. I'd like to share another crisis line testimony where someone came through the crisis line and then landed in our shelter. She was actually held hostage, if you will, for about 31 hours. She was in another area. It was in January when the snow was here, and there was no way to transport that person. The next day, they were able to get KPD involved. They got this person to the shelter, and she was able to, which is what we try to do. She was able to land a job. She was able to purchase a vehicle. She was able to actually find an apartment for her and her teenage son. And she decided to make Kernersville her home, and this is where she stays. So she is now one of our community citizens, and she stayed here because this was the safe place for her. This was the place that took her in and showed her what it was like to be a part of a healthy community and a place where she could feel safe with her son. And she did all that within less than a month's time, and that's pretty unusual. We will work with people for as long as it takes to help them get into housing, to make sure that they can get, a job, because you can't get a house unless you have a job, and you can't get a job unless you have a car. So we know that there are all kinds of agencies that we work with, and Crisis Control Ministry is one of those. So that is another one of our nonprofit agencies that we work very closely with as part of our community to make sure that we can help the folks that we work with. We had a non-residential client success story as well that I'd like to share with you. And this person came to us from KPD. She had a very serious case. She had 2 criminal charges with this particular abuser, and she needed a 50B order. She is still navigating the judicial system because under COVID last year and the year before, the court systems were closing down, and women were having a really difficult time getting some of their 50B orders to make sure that they were in safe places. So we really had to, work very closely with our community resources to make sure these people were safe. And in her case, she was able to come to our support groups. She's still with us after about 6 or so months, and she is succeeding. She's thriving, which is the goal. For us, the goal isn't just to give them a moment's peace. It's to help them and be empowered enough that they can, eventually stand on their own and be self-sufficient and not go back into the situation. So what we tell KPD is that we're trying really hard to also make sure that they don't have repeat business. We want these women and these men, anybody that's in an abusive relationship, to be empowered, to move out on their own and to break that cycle and to not have to come back into the system of any kind. So we hope we don't ever see them again, not because we don't care about them, but we just don't want them having to come back through our systems. Could you go to the next one, please? So how do we stop domestic violence? Well, I started in this field, so I'm going to age myself a little bit, in 1982 as a volunteer on the contact line in Greensboro. And it was a suicide hotline, and they eventually started working in domestic violence. And so we've been saying for, I guess now it's almost 4 decades, that we want to stop domestic violence. But, how do you do that? Because someone who's been in it for that long, we still have domestic violence, right? And so what has typically happened is that a lot of times people, agencies, even our legislation, focus on intervention, which is having a crisis line, shelter, safe house, and then advocacy. That's great, but then what happens after they come through your services? Well, the important thing is to actually be providing prevention. And this is where the community comes in. We need to be able to reach the children. We need to be able to be in the schools. We are working right now with the school, getting into the school system with the social workers. We've had one meeting with them in the Family Justice Center. It's educating our churches. It's educating our businesses, because the victims of domestic violence are going to go to the churches. They're going to go to their school teachers. They're going to go to their coaches, their guidance counselors. They're going to go talk to their Sunday school teacher, and all of those folks that have exposure to the children can see what they're growing up in. We know that domestic violence repeats itself. If you grow up in domestic violence, you either become a perpetrator or you become a victim. And so the only way to stop that is to actually do prevention and to build healthy partnerships to where we create those multidisciplinary teams so that we can stop as much as we possibly can. We will probably always have violence in our society. I think any of us that have worked in the court systems and have worked in these systems know that we're going to have that, but I do believe we can continue to work to try to reduce that and then provide the services to those that actually need it. So we are still looking at trying to produce and develop a community response team. COVID has slowed things down quite a bit when we weren't able to do some things in person, and we're seeing that start to lift. So we're hoping that this is going to be our year that we can actually develop in Kernersville, not just Forsyth County. We're a part of that. Kernersville to have its own community response team so that we know what we can do to help with domestic violence. And then we add to that, what do we do with sexual assault victims? And of course, all the things that we provide for the domestic violence victims, we also provide for the sexual assault victims. Something that some people might not know is that in domestic violence, there's almost always sexual abuse within that relationship. So it's not new to us, but it might sound new to other people, as we will be adding things such as stranger rape, date rape, those kinds of things. So it is not new to us from domestic violence. If you could go to the next slide, please, ma'am. So then how are we doing? Well, our goals are set oftentimes with the North Carolina Council for Women, and they're the ones that set the best practices and best standards by which we live by. So I'm just very proud to say that in our safety planning, we were able to bring that number up to 100%. We do safety planning with everybody, even on our crisis line calls. And we are logging that so that we can track that and we can make sure that that's actually happening. Our client satisfaction surveys have brought in satisfaction at 96%. We are never probably going to be 100% because there's always somebody who doesn't feel like they get what they need or that they want. And so we try desperately to meet that, but we're in a really good place at 96%. And then our community engagement increased at 100%. All the goals that we set for ourselves in 2021 to be able to go out and do some public speaking and to do some community education, we were actually able to meet that at 100%. We've got a lofty goal for 2021, and I just hired our first community outreach specialist volunteer coordinator, and she started yesterday. So she has already a nice long list on what we intend to do with that. Our 2021 stats, we sheltered 75 guests. We are not able to double up in the rooms like we have before because of COVID. And as we see that that is beginning to lift, we'll be able to go back into doubling up in those rooms. So sometimes we have in the past put two clients or two guests in the same room. We assisted 94 non-residential clients and then provided crisis intervention services for 1,891 individuals who actually called on our crisis line. That number went up by about 400 calls last year. I've had a lot of people ask me, are people able to get to you because of COVID? And my answer is not as well as they have in the past. 2021, we got to see towards the end of the year that those calls started to really increase. But you have to imagine that once we went under COVID and people were now working from home, so the abusers were working from home, victims weren't able to call us. I can't tell you the numbers of times my staff has come in and shared with me that women were calling from the bushes or hiding outside at night in the hopes that they wouldn't get caught. Or that somebody wouldn't be checking their phones. So they had a much more difficult time actually getting to us. We're already seeing that increase. This past month, we have had numerous people in our shelters. And then we assisted 76 clients just that were in Kernersville. They are actually Kernersville residents. So that's one of the things that I'm very proud about, having come on last year, that I created that victim advocacy position that works with KPD, and we're actually providing those services for Kernersville citizens. Okay, the next one, please. So these were some of the goals that we met last year. These were some of the things that we presented to this board. And so we increased our community education opportunities. We researched expanding services to include sexual assault advocacy. People say it sounds weird when I say I'm so excited that we're going to get to provide sexual assault services. They're like, that doesn't make any sense. And no, it really doesn't. But to someone who's worked this for a very long time, to be able to add this service to our programs should have probably been done a long time ago. These two things work very closely together. So even our friends and our agencies and our partners all the way across the state, but into Raleigh in particular, are pleased that we're actually doing this. And then we developed and utilized better outcome measurements that address the impact of change for clients. I'm a stickler for, we need to know if what we do and what we offer is actually making change. And the better you write your outcome measurements, the better you're going to understand if you're actually helping people make change. So we implemented some new outcome measurements that actually help us to see how we're doing. I believe in program evaluation, and it's part of what my strategic plan is for the next 3 years. And so we're very excited to be able to do a full program evaluation and then look into our measurements and how are we doing and what do we need to do better. And then we continued and increased our professional training of all staff. I'm also very pleased and excited that my staff is going through what is known as the North Carolina Victim Assistance Network Academy for victim service practitioners. And yes, I'm going to say that when I was on NC Van's board, I was on their board for 14 years. There's 2 committees that I chaired. One was victim advocates and law enforcement, and we created a handbook for best practices for victim advocates and law enforcement because it's different than in your victim services agencies of DV and sexual assault. And the second thing I did was chaired the committee that started this academy so that service providers are across the board getting professional training and that they are living up to and implementing program standards and best practices so that the outcomes of our work means that the victims are actually getting what they need. So we have put all of our key management and key staff through this training, and we have one person who just started this week on the spring training. So I'm very pleased to tell you that our staff gets excellent training, and it's well worth the price that we pay to actually do that. If you'll go to the next one. We want to continue our sexual assault advocacy program. We're just launching this, so we're having lots of conversations, and we're working with Council for Women on making sure that we're going to have the best practices and best standards in place for that. We want to increase our partnerships and resources that are relevant to the services for sexual assault victims. So this is the new lay of the land for this agency, and we want to make sure we do it right. We are going to increase our prevention services through partnerships and community education. That will always be something that we do. There will always be new places that we need to go and new people that we need to work with. We would still like to create a community response team for both now domestic violence and sexual assault services, increase the community education opportunities to underserved populations. So we started looking out this past year. We've done some things with elder abuse, and so we still are working with that population. We're going to be working with some folks at Shepherd Center. We've got some presentations set up and some Silver Sneakers programs that we're going to be speaking with, and then some church programs that we're going to be speaking with. So we don't ever want the elder abuse to come off of our radar as we continue to move forward in our services. And then we want to grow our volunteer program. So I now have a volunteer program coordinator. We actually just launched one of our biggest recruitments. We had 17 people sign up in one night, and they're actually willing to be trained to help in the safe house and things that they've never done before. More than just, here, let me drive you to the hospital, those kind of things. And then continue, of course, our professional development for our staff. So last year we received $12,200 from you all. Thank you so very much. And this year we just are asking for just a slight increase to $15,000. That money helps us to maintain a staff and to maintain our services. And honestly, without it, we can't do that. And so I just want to thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you, to share our agency with you, and appreciate you listening for my request. And if there are questions, I'll take questions.
Thank you, Patty. We appreciate your report and the work of your staff. Are there any questions? Okay, Mr. Penix.
Okay, so we have 5 bedrooms. Some of them are considered family rooms. So we'll have numbers of beds in that room. If you want to know what our capacity is, we can have as many as 13 people in our home. And some of that depends on if it's a family. Like we'll have, we just received a woman who had 4 children. So those rooms might fill up with one family, but if not, then we're able to double up outside of COVID and provide as many as 13 spaces for people.
And in one of your comments, you said that men and women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that a rarity to have a man?
Sure, it is. But I've been doing this a really long time, so I've always worked with men who've been in abusive relationships, and people say, well, do you put them in your home? Well, we're not allowed to discriminate, nor do we want to, okay? There's not a lot of difference in the abuse and the abuse nature of a man abusing or a woman abusing, because the behavior is very similar. Sometimes it's a little different in how they do it, but it's still very similar. And so what happens oftentimes is we actually got a call I'd say about 3 weeks ago from someone who his partner held him hostage, and he had to be. They asked us 3 counties away, can we get him out of here? So when he talked with us, we were prepared to help him, and he was prepared to come. And he changed his mind at the last minute because he was a little bit uncomfortable that he was going to be in a shelter where there were women, not because he was afraid of them, but it was just such a foreign thought for him. And that's very hard for men. When men are abused as well, they're not really sure what to do. So we try to make it as easy as possible for them to seek our help. And our help is exactly the same thing that we would do for any victim of domestic violence. I have in my history, and I'll just share this, I have worked with men who were raped, and people just have a really hard time understanding that. But I know I'm like reverbing, aren't I? But yeah, people have a really hard time understanding that, but we're going to continue to provide that service.
Well, what is the youngest child or young adult that you can accept?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we don't accept, the only thing that we don't accept would be teenage boys above 16. And so what we do is work with maybe other programs who specialize in something like that, or we actually will try to get them, let's say they have a family member in a state away. What we try to do is get them on a bus, get them to a place where they have some safety. But we continue to work with them. We actually do follow up with them to make sure that they're still getting the services that they need, even if they have to go to another county or state. Oh, thank you very much. We love what we do, as weird as that might sound. Does anybody else have a question?
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You all have a great evening.
All right, Kernersville Little League. Welcome, Rusty.
Alderman, my name is Rusty Niles, the league president for Kernersville Little League. The last 2 years, Little League has shut us down for a Southeast Regional Tournament. Little League has informed us this year that they're going to allow it again. And last year, I had several states to still contact me that wanted to have some type of a tournament. But with the liability of everything going on, we just didn't feel like it would be a good thing to do. We have, in 2020, right as everything was getting shut down, we had partnered with Dick's to host a home run derby, provide a great banquet meal for all the teams that show up. The Southeast region consists of 8 states, and we host for the 13U division in baseball, from Florida, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, and Tennessee. The last tournament we had in 2019, the team from Alabama actually went on to win the Little League World Series in the 13U division, which they had to come through Kernersville to do that first. So it's a great expense for the Little League to host this tournament. We have to provide housing for the teams. Little League International does not do that for us. We also have to provide meals for the teams, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And they have done away with the banquet meal, but we still feel like that's something we should provide for all the states. In 2019, and then again this year, we're going to partner with Little League Challenger Division, which is for disabled or challenged children that want to play baseball. And we select usually 2 different states to be the host teams to help the challenge divisions. And once again, that Alabama team was one of the teams that was selected to do that. And we're going to do that again. We got pretty good coverage on that. All the kids really enjoyed it. And so we're, as a league, we're just, I don't know if any of y'all are aware, we're self-funded. So what we make in concessions and what we make in registration fees, and we have to pay all our bills with that. So, I don't know if anybody's aware, but to light up 7 fields at the Little League is a pretty good do power bill. Now, during the tournament, it'll be just a 1 field. We've done numerous updates to the complex. Ms. Morgan was out there this past weekend, our opening day. We invited her to throw out the first pitch, along with Ryan Dole, who has played in the Major League Division, and one of our other beneficiaries to be part of our first pitch ceremonies. And it's a great honor to be considered to host a regional tournament, and a lot of leagues that do get these regional tournaments do not let them go. Warner Robinson has been hosting the 12U division, which you see on ESPN every year, the Little League World Series. Warner Robinson, Georgia has been hosting that tournament for over 15 years and have no desire to ever let it go. They have actually built a specific complex for their regional tournament. They don't even use their Little League facility for that. So it's a great honor to be considered by Little League to be able to host these regional tournaments. And it incurs a great amount of cost. Like I said, you have 8 states, 8 teams, up to 13 players on each team. And you have to provide housing for them. That's usually four kids to a room in a motel with a chaperone. So, it can run up to 5, usually around 5 motel rooms per team. And then the umpire and staff that the Little League sends to us, we have to provide housing. And we actually have to buy them special clothing, new uniforms basically for the regional tournament. And that all comes out from our pockets. Little League does give a little bit back. Our District 2 division, they give a little bit back. And then sponsors help out. Kernersville Dodge, Backyard Leisure, they have been 2 of our biggest sponsors for this and help the league not to really go into debt to host these tournaments. And you, as the town of Kernersville, has also been part of that as well in years past. So I would just wish y'all would consider to help us out again this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Appreciate all that you all do for the youth in the community.
Thank you.
All right, Sister City 2022 information and funding request. Welcome, Yates.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the board. I'm Yates Thomas, and I thank you for letting me report on the activities and plans for Sister City Commission and Association. During the past 12 months, we found that COVID-19 pandemic has continued to impact our plans. Starting with the annual meeting of the North Carolina Taiwanese Chamber of Commerce, Kernersville was the chosen location to host the 2021 business event. This event brings together international Taiwanese entrepreneurs to discuss business and economics. The business meeting was hosted by Kernersville Sister City in 2019, and it generated quite a bit of interest for some future economic development opportunities. The COVID variants this past year again caused cancellation. Likewise, the Taiwanese National Day celebration, known as Double 10, those plans were also canceled. These plans included a business networking golf tournament and lunch. We hope to host both of these events on an annual basis going forward. We hope, like all others, that our fortunes in 2022 are much better and we can host these events in Kernersville. These events offer a great way for international and local business owners to meet, network, and develop relationships that hopefully lead to future opportunities. Kernersville is blessed with its perfect location. Being in the heart of the Triad, which is located mid-state, we live in a very desirable location. Because of this choice location, people desire to live here and businesses desire to locate here. This is evidenced by the most recent announcements of Toyota and Boom Supersonic coming to this area. There will be many suppliers and supporting operations looking to relocate and expand to this area as well. The question remains, how can Kernersville participate in this growth? What do we need to do to participate? And how can Sister City get involved? Last year, I reported that we were looking to establish a formalized friendship relationship with Suchitoto, El Salvador. I'm happy to report that a delegation went to Suchitoto last fall to present a resolution from the town of Kernersville for this formation to occur. Part of our plan is to assist Suchitoto in getting a fire department established because currently the nearest fire support to them is an hour and a half away. The support from communities throughout our state has been heartwarming. Southwest Volunteer Fire Department in Jacksonville, North Carolina, donated a fire truck to us. A local truck repair company, Big Will's Truck Repair, has been making all the necessary repairs and refurbishments free of charge to have the truck in prime operating condition. In addition, many fire departments near and far have graciously donated equipment towards this endeavor, so this unit is fully outfitted for use. We're currently researching some setback in terms of delivery timelines, but we're continuing to work the issues. This includes more funding efforts, researching shipping logistics, and arranging visits and travel to further establish the Sister City relationship. A formal letter of invitation from our town has been sent to Suchitoto to invite the governor, mayor, and fire chief to visit Kernersville. We're planning to be ready to ship the fire truck after their official visit. We're also planning for a delegation to visit Suchitoto for a formal presentation and gifting of the unit. We're continuing to focus our efforts in line with the 3 pillars of Sister City International. These pillars are friendships, business opportunities, and building communities. To carry out more of our plans, obviously, we'll need to increase our resources. In 2022 and 23, we will begin to craft a multi-level membership plan. We'll be offering individual, family, and corporate memberships at various price points and benefit levels. We're looking to create membership benefits such as discounts on and access to tickets before they go and sell to the public, discounts on goods and services, and other opportunities. In correlation with this, we're planning to offer a full roster of events and happenings. Among events now in planning is Taste of Taipei, which was a huge success when we had it previously. We also plan to bring back the Chinese New Year celebration in a new format. Others in the discussion phase includes an Oktoberfest event and a Hispanic-centric event. In the short term, we're looking to partner with the Kernersville Parks and Recreation Department in an incoming May event. We have found in the past that partnering with local entities like Parks and Recreation and others will often result in a win-win. We hope to duplicate this again this spring. There's still a lot of work and thought to be required, but we continue to work these issues. We thank you for your continued support. And if you have any questions I might answer, I'll be happy to.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you. We appreciate your work.
Thank you.
All right. I've noticed that several people have come in. Saw Dale come in, John Owensby come in. If you'd like to speak on any of the upcoming agenda items, there are speaker cards in the back of the room. If you could fill one out and hand it to Mr. Powell, then I will be able to recognize you. All right, item H is consideration of a resolution setting the public hearing for a voluntary annexation petition by the property owners for properties located along North Main Street, County Line Road, and Macy Grove Road containing 20.457 acres more or less. Ms. Garner?
Madam Mayor, this is a request by Food Lion for annexation for their new site out on North Main Street. This was a condition as part of the rezoning that they had to petition for voluntary annexation prior to the release of their building permits. Their building permits are nearly complete, and so they have submitted the requested annexation petition.
Okay, and so if you click on the agenda items, it's resolution number R 2022. There's a blank because as they're adopted, our town clerk will add a specific number so that they're in order. But it's a resolution setting the time and place for the public hearing on annexation. So this isn't the actual annexation. We're just voting to set the public hearing for the annexation. And so with the change in date, it would be the 4th day of May at 6:30 p.m. in this location. So do I have any questions or do I have a motion? Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Apple and a second by Alderman Thompson. All those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, so we have something similar for the next agenda item, Ms. Garner.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request that is coming forward with a rezoning petition. This is located off of Watkins Ford Road. It is not in our town limits and not in our ETJ area either. So this would be for Forsyth County jurisdiction that the developer is petitioning for annexation as well. This will go to Planning Board on Monday, but again, setting the public hearing for the alderman.
Okay, do I have a motion? We have a motion by Alderman Thompson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. All right, moving on to item J, consideration of an ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Article 3 of the Code of Ordinances to update the noise ordinance for the town of Kernersville. Thank you, sir. And if there's anybody else who'd like to submit a speaker card, this would be the time to do so. All right, so we're considering a proposed ordinance O 2022, not the ordinance as was presented in January, but we're looking at the last one on the list, the revised ordinance. Mr. Swisher, I'll begin with you.
Madam Mayor, as you all recall, this came up probably 2 or 3 months ago, and the board directed staff to have a noise study performed to see really what we were looking at. We had proposed a noise ordinance, but the board felt that we needed to have a noise study done to see if our proposal was accurate and in line with what we needed to be doing. The noise study was performed by Columbia Engineering out of Winston-Salem. They're actually out of Atlanta, Georgia. They have an office in Winston-Salem. And you have that study in your packet. And it's what the study showed was it went through, it took 5 different areas, I believe, one from each of the zoning classifications mentioned in Table 1 of the proposed noise ordinance. It took readings, took daytime readings and nighttime readings. It compiled those readings, and that's in a table. That's in Table 1, page 4 of the noise study, and made some conclusions from that. Basically, the conclusions drawn from the engineering firm were that the maximum levels for every zoning district were basically at some point were exceeded, but it was for a very short period of time, and it was caused by something other than a noise from that district, meaning that, in a residential area, it was not caused by a house, it was caused by a passing car, someone slamming a door, those type of things. So I talked to the gentleman that did the study. He said that our noise levels, the decibel levels we recommended, were in line with what he thought was good levels. He did say, and I'll reiterate to the board when I cover the recommended changes to the noise ordinance, he did say it's something that we may have to come back at some point in time as we develop further out, as we see more mixed use developments, as we see that change. It may be that we need to come back in and either raise or lower some of those decibel levels to match what we see going on with development taking place. One of the big ones that the board wanted studied was Brewer's Cattle down on Mountain Street. He did study Brewer's Cattle on Mountain Street. He took readings at the Brewer's Cattle parking lot, both sides of it right there, and also down at a parking lot at 123 Broad Street to see if the decibel levels recommended were exceeded. That is on page 5, figure 2 of the noise study. That measurement was taken at the Brewer's Cattle parking lot. As you can see, it was taken during the daytime, and let me frame that. The daytime hours were basically anything before 10 p.m. He didn't take anything after 10 p.m. because in the proposed ordinance, the hard cutoff was like 8 p.m. So he took those readings at 8:50 p.m., which were daytime readings, which are, I think, was 65 decibels or maybe 70. I can't remember for sure. As you can see, when the live music was playing, the decibels were right around 65. They dropped down as low as probably 60 in one period there from 2 minutes to 5 minutes. And that was at the parking lot right beside of Brewer's Cattle, basically at their property line. The other location, 123 Broad Street, the decibel levels stayed right around 52, which is a recommended decibel levels. It's actually a little bit lower than the recommended decibel levels for a residential area. The peak was at 65, and he made note of that was a car door that had been shut. The board has made some recommendations and some suggestions during the time that this has been going on, and we have taken into consideration those in recommending an update to the noise ordinance. That update is in the board's packet. The recommendations or the changes are highlighted in yellow. I'll cover those, be glad to answer any questions that the board may have regarding those. The first change is in section 1082. The board had concerns with the wording disturbing and annoying being subjective. So we have eliminated those from that section. Basically now reads, no person shall make, continue, or cause to be made or continued any excessive or unusually loud noise which injures or endangers the comfort, repose, health, peace, or safety of others within the town. That was changed approximately, or actually 3 times in the document. Also under section 1082, we added another nuisance noise, and that would be emptying of commercial dumpsters within 300 foot of a residential area before 6 a.m. That does not apply if you're in an industrial area, you're emptying an industrial building and it's right beside of an industrial building. That doesn't apply. It's just if you're within 300 foot of a residential area, can't do it before 6 a.m. The other change, this was a big one. To start with, we had the noise measurements being taken at the property line of the complainant and the supposed offender. The noise couldn't be any greater than what the measurement was for the area where the complainant was. So in other words, if someone from a residential area called and they were complaining about an industrial business, the industrial business could not exceed the recommended level for the residential. Mr. Powell and I discussed that, did some research on it. We don't think that would hold up in court, because basically it's what you're saying is we don't really care if you're in an industrial area. As far as noise goes, you have to comply with the residential. That's not fair and applicable to all in that area. There's no benefit basically for them to locate in that area if that's the case. So we've changed it. 10-83A now says noise measurements shall be made at the property line of the complainant where the noise is being heard. If the decibel reading measurements exceed the limit given in Table 1 for the complainant's zoning district, then another reading shall be taken at the property line where the noise is originating from. If the decibel reading measurements exceed the limit given in Table 1 for the zoning district of the noise source, then a violation has occurred. So in other words, what does that mean? If someone in a residential area calls and they complain about an industrial business, we'll go out and we'll take a reading at the residence. If their reading exceeds 55 or whatever it is in the chart, then we will go to the property line of the source. If the property line of the source exceeds 70 for industrial, then a violation has occurred. If we go to the property line of the complainant and it doesn't exceed 55, which is a reading for a residential area, we're not even going to where the source is, because there's no impact on the residential area. The other one is 10-83D. This is so that we eliminate the car doors and the hollering, whatever it may be, that one-time off deal. Measurements shall be taken for a period of 5 minutes. There must be 5 exceedances of the maximum decibel level for the zoning district noted in Table 1 in this time period for a violation to occur. So if we go out there and we take a reading and we're there for 5 minutes and we get one reading that's above whatever the level is, there's no violation. We reiterate that in Section 1084. 1085, the change is we eliminated a noise or disturbs. 1085 also, we kind of clarify ordinary sensibilities as someone who has a good faith belief that the noise is disturbing. If there is no current evidence of the noise when agents of the town arrive at the complainant's location, the agents of the town will inform the complainant that they need to take their evidence personally to a magistrate and seek issuance of legal processes against the defenders. We currently do that now. As I told the board at the briefing, if we go out now and say Mayor Pro Tem Apple, his neighbor's complaining that he's playing his music too loud all the time on Sunday afternoon or whatever it may be. The neighbor captures that. They're there. They see that. We get out there and he's turned it down. He has seen the police car coming down the road. He's smart enough to turn it down. We can't cite them for violation of the noise ordinance. It will not hold up in court. Our officer stands up there. He's got Mr. Barrow for an attorney. Mr. Barrow says, Officer Thompson, did you see this? Did you witness the noise ordinance being broken? No. It's out of court. So it's what we do is we will work with the citizens when that happens. And I will tell you, that is the most common occurrence of noise ordinance violations. We don't see it. We get there, there's no noise. We work with the citizens. We tell them, hey, you got a phone, video it. We'll tell you how to go downtown, take out a warrant on the person. You can take out a warrant, you can come to court, you testify before the judge, see what happens. I can tell you that works. I've known it to work on at least 4 occasions in the last 2 years where the person has done just that. So we've added that in so that our officers can assist them and advise them in doing that. There's an error. Defenders should be offenders. Again, yes, defenders will be offenders instead of defenders. Yeah.
Can you specifically tell us what provision that's in for everyone who's following along?
Yeah, it's at the very end of that sentence under 1085 standards. It says personally to a magistrate and seek issuance of legal processes against the defenders. It should be offenders. So we'll make the change if the board approves it.
It obviously happened with spell check.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last sentence, and that's in,
It's in 1085, second paragraph, last sentence.
okay.
The other change, which is one that probably generated the most discussion among the board and some of the businesses, was item O, that had a dead stop of 8 p.m. for outdoor entertainment areas. We have recommended a change to that based on the noise study and what we saw with the decibel levels. Item O is now recommended to read, if a commercial business has an outdoor entertainment area or has an opening to the outside, if they've got a patio out back or whatever it may be, and there is a residential property line within 300 feet of the area from which the noise originates, then the following end times apply. Sunday through Thursday, so basically during the week, for the months of March through September. That's the summer months. So March through September, Sunday through Thursday, a hard stop, and I'll explain the rationale behind that, of 9:30 p.m. March through September, on Friday and Saturday, a hard stop of 11 p.m. October through February, the winter months basically, Sunday through Thursday, so during the week, a hard stop of 9 p.m. October through February, on Friday and Saturday, a hard stop of 10 p.m. The reason there is a hard stop for outdoor entertainment venues and not for the other zonings is that we didn't think, we wouldn't recommend that we say, okay, if they're below the decibel level, whatever it may be, they can play all night. Because what'll happen inevitably, they'll be at 55 decibels, and at about 3 a.m., one of the bands will crank it up for about 2 or 3 minutes, and you've already awoken the whole neighborhood. So to avoid that, especially with bands outside performing, to avoid that, we're recommending a hard stop for that. So that's changed. It was 8 p.m. It didn't matter what day it was or what month, it was 8 p.m. The one thing that we did add that was recommended, that the sound engineer recommended, landscaping and yard maintenance equipment exemption. We did not have that in there, but I can tell you that is an issue. All of you have heard it. Somebody has a leaf blower out at 7 a.m. in the morning, or 6:30 a.m. wakes up the whole neighborhood. So what we've done is said residential properties, power tools, equipment used for landscaping and yard maintenance shall not be operated between the hours of 9:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. It's dark, kind of hard to operate one effectively anyway, unless you turn your lights on, shine your lights, whatnot. It's dark in the summer by 9:30, so we took the summer cut off and said, hey, 9:30. Non-residential properties, power equipment, tools used for landscaping and yard maintenance shall not be operated between the hours of 9:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. if within 300 foot of residential property. So if you're in an industrial park, you've got enough lighting and it's just industrial properties around you, go after it. But if you're within 300 foot of residence, we put that in there. The other change, section 1087, we just eliminated the disturbing and annoying. We did add section 1088, abuse of the process. Repeated reporting to the town of noise violations for locations where there is no current evidence of such violations shall be an abuse of process and constitutes a violation of this ordinance. Repeated reporting is defined as a complainant reporting violation regarding the same offender 3 times or more in a 30-day period for which an agent of the town has found no evidence that a violation exists. So if we have someone who lives in a neighborhood and they constantly call the police on their neighbor and there's nothing ever taking place and they're not willing themselves to go to the magistrate, we're going to say they're abusing the process. If they're willing to go to the magistrate and do it themselves, then we'll work with them. But if we continue to go out there and they say, no, we don't want to do that, we've got that issue right now in the neighborhood, then this will encourage them to take that step themselves, which is really what they need to do. Because again, if it's a house, they're complaining about their neighbor, when we get out there, the noise is over. If we go out there every day and we've had this happen in a neighborhood. We go out there every day, we're wasting taxpayer money, wasting policemen's time, and yet they're willing to keep calling us, but they're not willing to take that next step themselves. Something has to be done there, because it is. We've got other things to do with the resources, especially those that aren't willing to take that next step. That is the recommendations that have been changed. I will tell you that Table 1 has not changed, and it differentiates between daytime and nighttime, so that for all areas and for all uses, there is a decibel level. We set those levels lower for nighttime intentionally because folks have a tendency to sleep at night, but we did make levels during the day. So for everything except for outdoor entertainment next to residential, it's allowed 24 hours a day, but they have to adhere to those decibel levels. Outdoor entertainment will still have to, at nighttime from 10 p.m. to when they have the hard stop of 11 p.m., they'll have to adhere to those decibel levels as well. The rest of the time before 10 p.m., it will be falling under the daytime, which is a little higher decibel level. We feel that way that everything has some decibel level it has to adhere to. Again, we didn't see any violations of that or exceedances of that when we went out, not caused by the noise directly from that type of zoning district. Now, we'll tell you that, this is a recommendation. Our old noise ordinance was, probably 20, 25 years old. I think we'll come back and revisit this one again as we see development, especially mixed use development. We see that start happening. We may have to come back in and change the decibel levels for mixed use, because it's at that point you're starting to get kind of what you see like in downtown Winston or downtown Greensboro, where you've got more residential into a city center type use, which that type use creates more noise, but those folks have chosen to live in that type of environment, so they're expecting more noise. So I think we will probably come back and revisit this at some point. I don't see the decibel levels being lowered. If anything, I see them being raised at some point in the future. But, I can't tell you for sure, but I think that will probably be what you see. And this applies to, again, everybody in Kernersville, whether you're residential, whether you're commercial, mixed use, whatever it may be. There are some exemptions that it doesn't apply to really, as far as a level, and that's things that you all permit, things like that, but there are very few. There's the either or in there the board talked about. We didn't want to go out and just say, hey, if it's a decibel level or it's nothing, because I can tell you, and I've told the board this, and I think the noise studies showed this, there are some noises that are going to be noises that folks will hear that will not violate the decibel levels, but may be a nuisance noise that constitutes a nuisance noise that if they are willing to go to the magistrate, swear out a warrant, they can probably go to court and win that case. The biggest one of those being a noisy animal, mainly a barking dog at night. For that matter, a barking dog during the day. We've had one of each case. We had a barking dog at night. We had a barking dog during the day. The barking dog, unless you live right beside of the house, and I mean right beside of it in one of the newer higher density neighborhoods, that dog will not violate the decibel level. Just won't happen. If you're on a lot that's, if you're in an RS12 or RS9 neighborhood, which is the neighborhoods that most of you live in, if your neighbor's got a dog barking, he's not going to violate the decibel level, or she, whatever the dog may be, won't violate the decibel level. But it's going to be a nuisance noise if it's ongoing and continuing. So you as a homeowner or the police, we can cite them for a nuisance noise and try it that way. Because, again, it won't violate the decibel level. I can tell you some of the music at Brewer's Kettle, that's been the impetus for some complaints. I've been down to Brewer's Kettle every Friday night for the last 6 weeks, at least, if not more. Ridden through the parking lot of Brewer's Cattle, ridden through the parking lot of Kernersville News, ridden through the parking lot next door, and I went to the parking lot down on Broad Street. Can you hear the music? Yes, you can hear the music. It's probably the loudest right at the property line, either between the Kernersville News and Brewer's Cattle or between the Brewer's Cattle and the salon next door. It's about 60, depending on who's playing, it's about 63 to 68. Depending on what the song is and who's playing, that's where I measured it. As soon as you pull out of the parking lot of the Kernersville News going on to Broad Street, it's somewhere in the high 50s. As you go further down Broad Street, I've gotten it as low as 48 with the music playing. I can hear the music, but it's not violating the decibel level. You're going to have that. So you need the either or in there. That's what that's in there for. Time frames are in there. I think Alderman Gorham brought it up. So, you know, people that sleep during the day, they need some protection as well. We've got that in there. I don't know, you know, if the board has some other suggestions, I'll be glad to go back and give Mr. Powell make these changes, bring them back. But right now, based on what the noise study showed, what we did the first time, we've came up with what we feel like is a good product. Be glad to answer any questions. Mr. Powell can answer any as to the legalities of some of the changes. Chief Summers is here. He can answer some, telling you what we found in the last 6 or 7 weeks going out and checking the noises. Thank you.
Thank you for your work and your time spent on this. We appreciate it, Mr. Swisher and Mr. Powell. And to the board, your careful consideration of the facts and going out there and all the emails and conversations and phone calls and that sort of thing. I appreciate everybody's hard work on this. We do have 6 people signed up to speak, so 2.5 minutes. So, Mr. Kennedy? Okay, Mr. Eglinger?
Hello, my name is Jim Eglinger. My address 5939 Stegall Road in Kernersville, North Carolina here. Good evening, everyone, Madam Mayor, members of the board. I would like to say first, very quickly, thank you very much for your hard work. And it was very nice to see the town listen and take into consideration the things that happen and actually hire a sound engineer to really look at this problem fairly, I think. And I want to say thank you for that. And I think you put together a really good ordinance here. As a person that owns a business in town as well, like I said before, and a noisy one at that, the motorcycle industry, and as a person who plays music at the kettle. So I'm one of those people that makes some of the noise sometimes. I think it's a pretty good ordinance. I would really like to see a little bit later times, maybe 10 o'clock during the week, all year round, was, winter or summer. 9:30 is kind of early. And as you can see, the sound down the street is in the 50s. Quiet living room is anywhere from 42 to 48 decibels, just to give you an idea of what that sounds like. Being in music for a long time, I understand the dangers of loud noise and how it can be annoying to other people. And so, and like he said, are people going to hear it? Yeah. Is it annoying? I really wouldn't think so. So down the street being that low of a decibel up to 10 o'clock at night, it's not really a big deal. That's the only thing I would say is just bring it up to 10 and 11 on the weekends. I think everybody could live with that pretty well. Thank you very much for your time and your hard work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy?
Hey everyone, Andy Kennedy. Yeah, thanks a lot for all the time you've put into this. I know Curtis has done a whole lot, especially, and you guys are taking the time to come out and check everything out and get an idea of what actually is going on. I'm with Jim. I kind of think it looks pretty good, but I don't understand. It seems like I'm being singled out my business is being singled out for the time frames. It just makes sense to make it 10 and 11 and be done with it. Is what I really, that's the main thing I see that's wrong with it right now. But other than that, appreciate your time.
I got a question for you. It says 10 and 11, the one I'm looking at.
No, there's revisions in there during certain months. It goes down to 9 p.m. during the week, and then 9:30, and then there's differences of times. And 10 p.m. I think he could tell you the months.
Yeah, he would fall under section 1085, the standards under O, where during the winter months of October to February during the week, he would have to stop at 9. On the weekend, it'd be 10, and in the summer months, which is March, September, it'd be 9:30 during the week and 11 on the weekends. The rest of them, you're correct. The rest of the zoning districts and whatnot are 10 and 11.
There's more people speaking. Okay. All right, Mr. Four.
And I have how long to speak?
2.5 minutes.
Oh, that cuts things short. And first of all, I don't have a car, and that's why I don't go to the magistrate. I don't drive. And I have very limited resources to get rides, and Uber would cost me a fortune.
Madam Mayor, could you put your microphone closer to you? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
Okay.
tough to hear you over here. Thank you.
I don't drive. That's why I don't go to the magistrate. As far as the newspaper article that came out, I do not have peculiar sensibilities, Mr. Apple. And I don't know. I was listening to Patty when she was talking, and that's just how I feel about how this bar has been in my life, abusive. If you could have heard it in my yard, which I find it amazing the decibel meter never showed up there. I had a drone circling around in my yard. I had the music blasting Saturday night so loud that I called the police officer to come and stand in my yard, stand in my house, because none of y'all have. And I mean, it's like, what does it take? How much pain do we have to get in from this bar? And they'll crank it up, three songs, and then they'll crank it down. So that if we call the cops, by the time they get there, it's lowered. I mean, I have been in tears in my mobile home from the bass just pounding my ears. And I can't even go out in my yard at night. And if I go in my house, it's an echo chamber. And y'all sit there during the meeting and you say how you like to put yourselves in our shoes. I walked up to the poor Hispanic woman's house Saturday to see if she would come to this meeting. She opened her door with her toddler crying as they were banging away. And she opened her door and there was no difference inside her house than there was outside by the parking lot. I mean, it's like, we sit there and we call and we come to what is this, third or fourth meeting. And, I guess you better prepare a jail cell for me, because I'm going to keep calling as long as he's playing, or the bar is playing outside and driving us nuts in our own homes. It's not right. The state should have never been allowed. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Mr. Dyson?
Hello, my name's David Dyson. December's been a long time. I mean, I think that's when all this was started up. Mr. Swisher, Mr. Powell, I know y'all worked hard along with the board to come up with what you come up with. But, just like when I was here in December, I can't really do it like Curtis did. He's like, we'll put some bite in it, I mean, a little bit of the bite's gone out of it. I mean, but, Mr. Apple, you did say that, you know, the suggestions we're going to make is not going to make both sides happy. And you're right. And I understand that. Most of this is not even going to apply to me now. Mr. Gorham has been down in my neighborhood. I mean, you know, it doesn't bother a lot of people there, people that he talked to. And so, I mean, there's really nothing else I can add to that. I mean, the recommended time, it's went up just a little bit. That's good and fine. That's a give and take. It's a give and take thing. The only problem I had with is the new addition of the section 1088. And I did have a question for you also, Mr. Swisher. When you went to Brewers Kittle on Friday night, you said you went for what, the past 6 weeks? Is that what you said? Were these bands performing on the patio or on the stage?
I believe 4 or 5 of those weeks, 3 of the weeks, they were on the patio under the cover. 1 or 2 of the weeks, they were on the patio, not under the cover. And then I think this past Friday, they were on the stage. Is that correct? Yeah.
All right. Were there any decibel readings taken while they were on the stage?
Yes, sir.
And they were within the limits?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, great. I'm just curious about that. And on this 1088, this abuse of process, I mean, I understand how you read it across and stuff like that, but I was talking with Chief Summers, you know, I said, and, you know, noise is not only just, you know, coming from what they call them music venues. That's one thing I really don't understand, but this past Wednesday night, I called one of my neighbors and I said, do you hear that loud music? And he's like, yeah, I hear it. I hear it out my back door. And so I thought, well, I went to search it out, you know. And I stopped by Mr. Kennedy's place. I mean, and they were on the patio. I mean, had the microphone and stuff, and it was fine. I said, it's not coming from here. I started down Grave Street. I stopped at Grave Street. I could hear it. It was getting a little bit louder. I went through 2 roundabouts. And right there on the left, I don't know if y'all are familiar. I don't know if it's in the town limits or not, but Gypsy Road Brewery. I said, here we've opened up Pandora's box. Because now all these other breweries are going to start following the music venue thing. And they're going to take it outside and they're going to make it loud. They got professional equipment. They got equipment that we didn't have but when we was in our 20s. Okay. But I did have one more question about that 1088, about the violation.
You can talk to Mr. Swisher about that later.
When you call in, they turn it down.
Okay. Mr. Katz?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Board of Aldermen. I'm going to piggyback just a moment. I commend the town. I think it was January 11th we were here, and we had a lot of opinions, a lot of thoughts, a lot of ideas, but not a lot of objective data, not a good way to measure it. So the sound study has handled that. I like that. I could stand here and say that perhaps some of the decibel parameters that have been proposed are a little low, or maybe they're a little high, but as Mr. Swisher said, these are things that are going to be revisited very likely. So all in all, I'm very glad that the businesses and individuals in this town, you know, have some measurable objective guidelines to have a chance to follow, like a posted speed limit, so to speak. To use an analogy, I really feel like letter O is saying, hey, we've posted a speed limit on the street and everybody goes a speed limit. But this one car in town, if he's on that street at any time, even if he's at a snail's pace, he's not allowed, even if he's going under the speed limit. It's putting him in violation for just moving down the street at an hour when everybody else can move about freely as long as they're following those parameters. So I just really don't think that Section O is necessary. It is a hard stop, and we're establishing acceptable decibel levels. We had somebody speak this evening that said it's loud, and it's loud often, and it's annoying. And that may be the case. But if it is the case, we have meters that can go out there and measure the decibels objectively, and this person will get in trouble if they're in violation. If they're not, well, then they're not. I just don't think that the hard stop is necessary. Mr. Swisher said that he's seen it 4 times, I believe, in the last 2 years. Something like this has gone to the magistrate, and it's been handled successfully. So I just think, in all fairness, letter O is very much singling out a particular business, and I'm not sure it's necessary. Thank you.
Mr. Owensby, 2.5 minutes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to thank Curtis, you and Ed Powell, and the entire board for taking this issue up and working on it. I think that there's a lot in there that a lot of folks like, and there's some things in it that no one likes. And this sounds like a good compromise. You've worked hard, and just tell the board, I hope you adopt it as is. There are a few things in there I'd like to see changed. There are a few things in there that everybody else would like to see changed. But again, sounds like a good compromise. Let's go with it. And I'd like to see you vote on it tonight. I hope you'll approve it. Again, thank you for your hard work. I know, Curtis, you've worked pretty hard, taken a lot of grief on this thing. So again, thank you. Thank you, board. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Owensby. All right, any discussion? Any questions of Mr. Swisher? Any questions of anyone in the room?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Apple.
I want to be sure that there's a clear understanding that this is not the Brewer's Kettle Ordinance. This board and everyone who worked on the draft had very much in mind that trying to get this right for the entire town of Kernersville. If you limit your perception, sir, that this is just for Brewer's Kettle, you are taking a much narrower view of that than we did. I'm going to give you 2 examples, okay? First of all, I don't believe Gypsy Road is within our area of control over this ordinance, so that's not here. The second one that is about to be covered by this is Jay Peppers, who often have outdoor music on, I think, Thursday nights on the outside patio. Because of the construction of townhomes and of townhomes across the street from them, directly across the street from them, and next to Mr. Taylor's car museum, they're going to be covered by subparagraph O. And that's through no doings of their own. It's through no fault. There's no indication that there have been any exceedances, as there's no indication in the period that was studied that the Brewer's Kettle had any, but they're about to be under the same ordinance. There are other restaurants and establishments downtown that have live music that, I don't know whether they've exceeded the ordinance or not, the current levels that we're setting. But your view that it's just having to do with the Brewer's Kettle and that we're picking on the Brewer's Kettle is just simply not well-founded. We really have actively considered and worked very hard to get ourselves at 3,000 feet figuratively and try to create an ordinance that would be fair to everybody in town. So I don't know whether I certainly don't speak for the entire board, but I will tell you that's been my view about the whole thing. We're very concerned about it being fair to everybody involved. And I think that the ordinance as presently drafted, while it may not be perfect, it's probably not. But I think that it represents a fair accommodation of the interest that's been presented to us. And I just wanted to add that as an observation. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a comment if you don't mind. I adhere to the analogy that was made about the speeding limit. I'm opposed, and I have always been opposed to set any kind of time limit on this ordinance. These hard stops. I mean, when you set it, it should be for 24 hours. You don't change the speed limit in a neighborhood or in the town at night because there's not that many people on the highway, and change it back in the morning when there's a lot of people on the highway. Same thing with this noise ordinance. Shouldn't have any time limits on it. If someone is within the decimals, if they playing their music 2 o'clock in the morning, as long as they meet the requirements, they should not be penalized. Setting it for one time in the winter and one time in the summer, I don't see the relevance of that either. But as it was said, we're trying to make a compromise. But I think that we need to be a little bit more forward thinking in our decision making, and my opinion still stands the same. I don't think there should be any kind of hard stops or time restrictions on this ordinance.
I agree with you. And I think that we should strike paragraph O in its entirety.
Any other questions or comments?
I got a comment.
Go ahead.
And this is to everybody in here. I personally went out there with a meter and checked the noise, 2 or 3 different weekends, Friday night and Saturday night, and all the way up to 11 o'clock. And I like to be in bed way before 11. But I was out there riding around, checking it, and I found the exact same thing that Curtis found. And there's nothing more that we could do as a board than hire these sound experts to come out here and do all of this for us. And that's what we've done. I think we've gone above and beyond. I was against hiring a sound expert, but that's what we did. And I think the ordinance that we've come up with reflects that. And also, I do agree with JR that paragraph O, we should delete that. There shouldn't be times. It should just be sounds. Is that right, Mr. Gorham? Yes. I agree with that.
Can I make a comment?
Do you have any comments, Mr. Penix?
Well, I tend to agree with JR too. If you've got one rule that covers, you've got the sound limit rule. And if we go by that and they abide by that, it should be covered without putting a time limit or switching time limits. So I think that's a good point.
Mr. Thompson, did you have a comment?
I could agree with striking O, but what I would ask if that's the case is that we revisit this in a year or 6 months and see where we are. And that does not focus on the brewer's kettle at all, but just to see where this noise ordinance is so we can revisit it and say a year from now if that's the case.
Mr. Apple? Your microphone?
I'm sorry. I don't have another comment or question. I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we enact the sound or noise ordinance that has been drafted in its present form, including subparagraph O.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Apple. Got a second by Mr. Thompson.
I'd like clarification. What was that motion again?
I'm sorry, that we adopt the ordinance as it's in its current form, in the revised form, including subparagraph O. Including subparagraph O.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. I have Alderman.
Everybody understand that?
Joe, that
That's
includes
including O.
That includes O.
That includes O. Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, he said including paragraph O.
So, all right, this is the ordinance as presented with no changes, except for changing, there was one word you
You'd
changed.
be changing the word defenders
Defenders.
to offenders.
Yeah, it would be the ordinance exactly as it displays on the website, with the only change being in section 1085, changing the last word of that second paragraph from, it currently reads defenders, changing it to offenders. So it'd have all the provisions that were
I think we've been talking about this for a while. We ought to go ahead and get something. Can't hear him going to. I think we ought to go ahead and get something in place. More people are going to be playing music outside. It's going to be getting warmer, and if we have to come back and revisit it and switch it, we can always do that. But I think tonight we ought to get something in place.
So calling the question, Mr. Apple, could you repeat your motion?
Yes, my motion is that we adopt the ordinance in its present revised form, including, in other words, subparagraph O would stay in it. That's my motion.
And with the change that Mr. Swisher
With the word
proposed.
defender to offender.
Okay.
That's correct.
That's the motion. Chris, is that your second? Oh, okay.
He will need to withdraw his second of the original motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Well, now I'm confused. What did you second, Chris?
The microphones, the key is the word including or excluding.
Yep.
So with the microphones, it was a little hard to hear.
In other words, the time limits would remain in pursuant to my motion.
And
Chris thought that he thought subsection O was going to be excluded when it's included, so he withdrew his second to Mayor Pro Tem's motion to adopt it as presented, including subsection O. Alderman Thompson initially seconded that. He was mistaken. He thought Mayor Pro Tem Apple said excluding, so he withdrew his second. So now we have on the floor a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Apple to adopt it as presented, including subsection O with
no
the change.
second.
And no second to that.
All right, everybody's clear?
Okay.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, hang on a minute. I've got to see if there's a second. All right.
We
So
got a second.
everyone's very clear right now at this moment about the Mayor Pro Tem Apple's motion. Is there a second to that motion? Seeing none, the motion dies for lack of a second.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay, speak very clearly.
Okay, that we adopt the ordinance as drafted with the defender to offender in its entirety, with the exception of excluding paragraph O in section 1085.
Okay, did everyone hear the motion? Do I have a second? A second by Alderman Thompson. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. The motion carries 4-1. Everyone opposed? Mr. Apple in opposition, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Barrow, Mr. Gorham, and Mr. Penix in favor.
can we add to that we revisit this in 6 months to a year?
I think we can just say that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
And I'm assuming sooner if warranted. Yes. Okay. Okay, moving on, if there's nothing further related to the noise ordinance, to the far less exciting item K. All right, so if the federal government offers
Hey, it's got to be exciting. You're
American
getting $8 million.
Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding, and state and local fiscal recovery funds, with the acronym SLFRF, subject to the provisions of the Federal Uniform Guidance 2 CFR Part 200, from the date of the award to the end of performance on December 31st, 2026, unless otherwise specified by the final rule or public or program-specific guidance, then there would be additional policies that the town of Kernersville would have to consider and enact. Mr. Swisher, if you'll take it from there.
Madam Mayor, you are exactly correct. They're not going to give you anything without first telling you what you can do with it and how you have to get it. So, as the mayor spelled out, there are, and I just lost my, hold on a second, I can read it.
There's an eligible use policy, allowable cost and cost principles policy, non-discrimination policy, records retention policy, and conflict of interest policy, all of which need a separate motion to enact.
Correct. And they will be effective, as the mayor said, through December 31st of 2026. I will tell you that those 5 policies are in your packet. If you have a problem with them, I'm sorry. Can't do anything about it. The only thing I can tell you is if you got a problem with it, we'll be glad to tell the federal government and the state that we have a problem with it, and we're not going to adopt a policy, and they'll tell us that's fine. We won't send you any money. So if you want that $7.9 million, my suggestion is to adopt each of those policies. Kind of how it works. So,
however, if you do have questions about it, Mr. Powell's here, and there are, if there's anything we need clarified, we certainly can do that.
yes, ma'am. And if the board will vote on each of those policies separately, so we can record that vote.
Okay, has everyone had a chance to review these? Yes. All right, the first one is the eligible use policy. Do I have any questions, or do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Alderman Thompson.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Apple. All in favor? It's unanimous. Second, the allowable cost and cost principles policy. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Thompson.
Second.
Second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next, the non-discrimination policy.
So moved.
A motion by Alderman Gorham. Second.
Second.
Second by Alderman Thompson. All those in favor? It's unanimous. The records retention policy, which is Mr. Hooker's favorite amongst them.
Yeah. Make sure he adheres to it, too. He's a little shady sometimes on that.
All right, do I have a motion? Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Apple. Second.
Second.
Second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor? Raise your right hand. Wait a minute. All those in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. Conflict of interest policy. Are any questions of Mr. Powell on that one, or? Conflict of interest policy.
So moved. Approval.
I've got a motion for approval from Mayor Pro Tem Apple, second by Alderman Thompson. Before we vote, are there any questions? Do you need another minute, Mr. Barrow? They're all lumped in under K, and if you scroll down, it's the last of the policies. Mr. Barrow's reviewing it for a moment. Okay. All those in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Gorham. All right, moving on, we have the Grant Project Fund. Mr. Swisher?
Madam Mayor, this is another part of the ARPA money. We are requesting the board to consider and approve the attached ordinance establishing a grant project ordinance that will allow us to receive and expend the funds allocated by the American Rescue Plan. They will all go into that grant project fund set up, and then at some point they will be allocated back out, which you will see in the next budget amendment, or the budget amendment tonight, next item.
Okay, do I have a motion? Could you be a little more specific? That's good. Motion by Alderman Thompson to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Apple. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All right, it's unanimous. Okay, next is item M, budget amendment number 6.
Madam Mayor and board, you have in front of you possibly the longest budget amendment we've ever done. You can blame that on Franz and the finance department, but no, in all seriousness, it is necessary evil to allocate the ARPA funds. The first round of ARPA funds in the amount of $3.9 million. We are taking the standard allowance, standard deduction of $10 million. So if you take that standard allowance, which we will because we received 7.9, you can allocate those funds. You can use those for general government services, which we will show using the funds for that, primarily to cover salaries and wages in the departments. Then the funds will go back into that grant project ordinance, they're going to the grant project ordinance. They'll be used for salaries and wages. And the savings from salaries and wages will then roll back into the general fund. You've allocated part of that money already for the Parks and Recreation Center for that, and the other part of that money will be used for the purchase of some land at Ivy Redmond Park. So you have 16 general fund expenditures budget amendments. There are 2 things that you will see in each of those, pretty common throughout, is it's a net amount, it's a net change, and it's due primarily to salaries and wages. That is allocating the grant funding for salaries and wages. The other item that you will see in those is we're rolling money out that was in the group insurance cost in each department. We're rolling money out of that into the HR department. And that is for the town's wellness center that was approved. It is an on-site nurse. It was approved in the 21-22 budget. We initially allocated it to each department. We're just moving it from each department back into the HR department. That's about $110,000 there. There are some actual amendments other than those 2 in a couple of the departments. We have one in the fire department where we are covering some overtime. We're about $215,000 overtime right now that we need to cover. That's some of that's due to COVID, some of that's due to short manpower, some of that is due to folks being out, and we have to bring folks in to cover that. So we are over budget and overtime. Also, you'll see in there some money we received from CCUC where we've done some paving, where they've done some utilities work, and we went back and paved the roads. We also have a budget amendment in there to cover the 2 new positions that the board has approved. We've got some money in the moving some money around for the recreation department as well. And we have some money in the police department. The board approved the new real-time crime center last year. So we have some money in that department to cover some costs associated with starting the real-time crime center. Again, most of them are related to moving salaries and wages into the ARPA grant and moving the money back out. So a lot of things moving around. I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have anything specific about those. 16 in the end, with all of the moving around, we are appropriating $340,000 from the general fund is all that's being appropriated to balance the budget. Some of that, again, is reflecting overtime in the PD, some of it overtime in the fire department, some of it in the PD, and then the 2 new positions that were approved. So be glad to answer any questions if you have anything about any of those.
Are there any questions? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by Alderman Thompson to approve. Second. Second by Alderman Penix. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you. Also, I noticed in that it's the budget amendment that includes the donation to help us with Civitan Park by Novant Health and the donation by the Civitan Club of Kernersville. So those donations are appreciated, needed, and welcomed as well. All right, the next item is item N, consideration of supplemental funding for nonprofit organizations. Mr. Swisher?
Madam Mayor and Board, this was a request that was started from the last board when we received some of the ARPA funding. So what it is now is we have some savings left over from salaries and wages where the ARPA money has been applied. We have some savings left over in our general fund. Works out to about $442,000. And when we were talking about the ARPA money during COVID, one of the targets of that was to help nonprofits that suffered during COVID. So I requested information from each of the nonprofits during the time, and we're not under this because it's not ARPA money, it's savings that we're spending. But I calculated the supplemental funding based on those guidelines. The allowed reimbursement, you could reimburse the nonprofits for revenue losses during the period of March to December of 2020, and then January to June, I think, of 2021. And you could also reimburse them for expenses such as operating expenses being salaries and wages, utilities, building rent, things like that. So I got that information from the nonprofits here that we fund, those that are involved in tourism, those that helped out folks that were most impacted by COVID. The way I calculated it was I took what their total losses were, and there has to be a cap on it, or else, we would spend everything we got. It would go above and beyond, well above and beyond what our savings are. So it was either 50% of what their losses and revenue losses and expenses were at a cap of $100,000. So there was 3 of them that hit the cap. You'll see in the memo, there's a table in the memo with the recommendations of funding for the different nonprofit agencies. 3 of them hit the cap at $100,000. Then we had 2 of them that were right around $45,000 to $50,000, and then 3 that were $20,000 or below. So the lower ones did not lose anything in terms of revenue, really, like tourism dollars or any of that, because they're not tourism oriented. So mainly what they had that counted was the expenditures that they incurred during that time period. And some of them were greater than that, but these agencies also, especially the last 2, Next Step, Salvation Army, our funding of them was just really for last year, but I did put them in there because they were pretty hard hit by COVID, because the clientele that they serve was some of the clientele in the population that was hard hit as well. So you have in there the recommendation, supplemental funding for those nonprofits comes to a total of $449,800, which is right about what our savings are. We've got around $443,000. So that's what the savings we have experienced so far, that we have left that have not been allocated. Be glad to answer any questions. I have, I think, most of the information from the nonprofits that I could tell you what their actual total was. But any questions you may have, I'll be glad to try and answer.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
The Salvation Army, I'm not in favor of funding them at all.
Okay. And that would be, this is simply, to make the motion, board goes along with it, we'll just not include them in the funding. You can change it up however you want to. That was just recommendation, so.
Well, that'd be my motion then. My motion would be to fund everybody as listed here except for the Salvation Army.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Your motion dies for lack of a second. All right, do I have another motion?
I make a motion that we accept as was given
Okay.
for all of the nonprofits.
Motion by J.R. Gorham. Do I have a second? Second by Alderman Thompson. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed. We have Mr. Thompson, Mr. Apple, Mr. Gorham, and Mr. Penix in favor. Mr. Barrow in opposition. Motion passes. All right, we are to item O. Consideration of scope of work for a grant for infrastructure improvements. Mr. Swisher?
Madam Mayor and Board, this is the last grant that we have not submitted a scope of work for to the state. It's for $400,000. It's for an infrastructure grant. The funds can be used for the purchase of property, acquisition of easements, or the purchase of equipment and vehicles. And the property must be owned by the entity it's spending the funds, so it must be owned by us. The only request that we have is from our Senator Kralik. She requested that $100,000 of the funds be allocated to the police department. We have allocated that $100,000. We will use that toward the range building, the cost of the range building, or possibly some other equipment in that department. We will submit that scope of work and see which one gets approved. So that leaves $300,000 that we have to submit a scope of work on. I made some recommendations there, 4 bullet points. You can do some road resurfacing. That would be on town-owned streets only. There's been brought up the old 1923 fire truck, restoring that. So you could restore the fire truck, it's about $100,000. So you could do that and use $200,000 for paving, or use $200,000 for land acquisition towards Civitan Park project, a combination of things. So, or you could put all $300,000 toward acquisition of property or the Civitan Park. Civitan Park came in pretty close to budget, so I don't know that, we've got it budgeted. I don't know that we need any money toward that, but it is a possibility. You can always put it toward the property that the board voted to purchase down on Shield Road, or you can do a combination of things. I would recommend, my recommendation would be either you put all $300,000 of it toward street resurfacing, if the board is inclined to use some of it to restore the old fire truck, which at some point we're going to have to do if we keep the old fire truck. You could put $100,000 of it toward that, and then $200,000 toward road resurfacing. I think road resurfacing is one that probably touches everybody. And we'll tell you it will not resurface a whole lot of road for $200,000 or $300,000, but it'll resurface something. So I'll be glad to answer any questions. You could put all $400,000 of it toward the police department. I mean, that's not a problem either. We can find equipment coming up in this upcoming budget to purchase. You could put it in any department and purchase equipment for that matter. So if you choose to do that, my suggestion would be that the motion would be, $100,000 allocated the way Senator Kralik requested, and then the remainder be used to purchase equipment in various departments. And we will, at that point tomorrow, come up with how we allocate that. So, however the board chooses to do that, we can certainly get that done. I think it has to be submitted tomorrow so we can come up with that. We've pushed it to the very end. In fact, we called and asked for an extension, so we've got it, but it's close upon us.
Well, I think we need to use $100,000 for the fire truck. we've got a 100-year-old anniversary coming up, and that fire truck is historic. There are just a few left in the United States that can run, and I think we owe it to the Stewart family and the firemen and the stations now that are working on the history of the fire department. It's the centerpiece, to me, it's the centerpiece of fire and rescue in Kernersville. We need to get it in shape so people will be reminded of it.
Curtis, how much is it going to cost to fix that fire truck? Have y'all got a price?
It's Chief Alderman, it's about 100,000, correct? And it's because, obviously, because it's old, we have to send it out and got to have some parts made. Got to have a specialist in renovations and restorations of that type do it. That's why it's so high. But it's right at 100,000 is what we've been told. And it would take, what, Chief, 8 months?
Cool.
When it's complete, do you think we could run it in parades again?
Who's doing the work, Chief?
Spread across the United States.
Oh.
Several folks that are involved because of the special parts.
Right.
When Mr. Linville was with the fire department, and he talked about his grandfather driving that fire engine, he made a real effort to take it out to community events. And, you know, it was basically being towed out to be there, but it generated a lot of interest from the people seeing it. We got the classic car show down, the cruise-ins downtown in the summer, and the Purple Heart cruise-in. And so there's a lot of opportunities to have it out in the public if it's repaired.
Cool. You know, the picture everybody sees where they're in front of the little garage?
Yes.
That's my great uncle sitting in the seat driving it. He was a fireman for, I don't know, probably 50 years.
I've seen that picture a lot.
Yep.
I'd recommend that we spend the majority left on road resurfacing, as our roads are in need of a lot of repair. That'd be my recommendation.
We have a pothole fund.
Yeah, we need a big one. We have went back and on that topic, I was talking to Dawn the other day, we went back and we are requesting CCUC to allow us to use some more of our water and sewer fund to pave more of the roads that they have torn up. You know, they generally, when they go in, they only want you to pave right where they tore up. We said, no, that's not the way it works. We're going to fix it right. So we'll start getting some more of those paved as well. So that $200,000 will put with that. If there's a road in a neighborhood that was not torn up by CCUC, which is unusual, unlikely, but if there is, you know, we can use that 200 to maybe complete the neighborhood or a street somewhere in a connection of streets.
Curtis, what's more feasible, to do the resurfacing of the roads or add sidewalk?
The resurfacing of the roads.
Okay.
Because a lot of the sidewalks we may not own, so we can go in and designate the roads that we do own and go ahead and do it. And we can combine it. Like I was talking about, we can combine it with that CCUC money and get it to go a longer way than we could doing a sidewalk. We did look at using the $300,000 to do the sidewalk from Branchwood down to the Y, or do our match of it. But we won't, number one, it's too far out. This has to be expended by June of 23. So it's too far out, number one. And number two, we wouldn't on the sidewalk. And on that topic, with the deadline of the grant, I don't know that the truck will be done in that length of time. So it's what we may have to do is purchase other equipment in the fire department that's budgeted with this money, and then take the money that's for that and roll it back into the truck.
So you'd want a motion to include equipment of the police department, equipment for the fire department and police department, road repaving, and the repair of the fire engine?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, the suggestion would be to include road resurfacing, equipment for the fire and police department, and restoration of the fire engine, and $100,000 set aside for the police department.
Correct. Make the motion, $100,000 to go toward the police department, $200,000 to go toward road resurfacing, and $100,000 to go toward the fire department for either fire truck restoration or equipment.
Okay.
Do the either or on that. And I think you're good in the police department, just saying $100,000 to the police department. You can make it either or and say for equipment or for the range building. You don't either or on that.
So I make a motion to approve $400,000 with $100,000 going to the police department for equipment or the range, $200,000 for road improvements, and $100,000 for the fire truck.
Equipment or fire truck.
Equipment or fire truck. Oh, I got it.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I've got a motion by Alderman Thompson, second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. All right, we are to the consent agenda. All of the following matters are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion with no separate discussion unless a board member or citizen so request, in which event the matter will be removed from the consent agenda and considered under the following item. Item A, approval of minutes for the March 1st, 2022 closed session. Do I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda? Got a motion by Mr. Thompson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Gorham. All those in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. All right, the town manager's report.
Madam Mayor, would you like for me to do the nominations?
Oh, yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. The nomination committee has met. There are 3 boards that the board needs to go ahead and appoint someone to for purposes of making quorum on those boards and filling some vacant seats. The ETJ has changed the makeup and the membership on a couple of the boards, so we now have one less ETJ member and one more in-town member to appoint. So the nominations committee has met. They're making the following recommendations for the board's consideration. For the Board of Adjustment, they're recommending Joanne Clifton be changed from an alternate to a regular member with her term expiring June 30th of 2025. And Joe Ornstein be appointed as a new member, as an alternate member. To the Community Appearance Commission, they're recommending Kay Disher. She would be a new appointment to the ETJ seat, and her confirmation would be pending the county, Forsyth County Commissioner's approval. Also recommending Toby Bost and Darlene Pearson to be appointed. I think you all know Toby. And then Darlene Pearson is one of the owners of the bed and breakfast beside of Kerner's Folly. And on the planning board, we have one new recently created in-town seat, and the nominations committee is recommending appointing Tom McDaniel to fill that seat.
Okay, do I have a motion? Okay, I have a motion to approve by Alderman Barrow. Second by Alderman Gorham. All those in favor? It's unanimous. We'll take a 5-minute recess. All right, welcome back to the regular meeting of the Kernersville Board of Aldermen. We are to matters to be presented by the town attorney. Mr. Powell?
Due to the lateness of the hour, I don't have any report tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
He's getting better all the time.
All right, matters to be presented by the mayor and board of aldermen. Mr. Thompson?
I have nothing at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Barrow. Mr. Apple?
I have nothing. I appreciate the deliberation of the board on the noise ordinance. I think what came out on the other end is part of the process. Thanks for the hard work for everybody.
Mr. Gorham?
No comments.
Mr. Penix? All right, I wish everyone a happy and safe month, and I look forward to seeing you later this month. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Got a motion by Alderman Thompson, second. Alderman Gorham. All those in favor, raise your right hand. It's unanimous. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.